Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been quite some time before we had our stream last. But we are going to be joining us for a King of the Hill today. It is going to be for Slaanesh's Perverse Glory, as we're going to be seeing who's going to end up on top by the end of things, to see just who is going to be taking one of 4 spots in a final. Is going to be hosted here in just a bit after this. The first 3 King of the Hills have already taken place. The last slot will be for Slaanesh. And we'll take a little look here also at who has played already. So for the other 3 King of the Hills, it was hosted by Logic, Rubber Duck of War, and Viking. And for those, Hadries, Grombrindle, and Voidlaws has been the top 3 in those contestants. So without further ado, we're going to be trying to get into our next match pretty quickly. Just trying to narrow down one of our last initial candidates here so we can get into the first match. Clear that as well. So our first one is going to be Swarv and Riffle Shuffle. Just waiting to hear back on Riffle Shuffle. And our first contestant, who was initially supposed to line up, was not quite ready. So I think Riffle Shuffle will be joining in pretty quick. So these King of the Hills all have a very interesting rule set. Each one is very specific to the Chaos God. So for Slaanesh, the God of Excess, we are going to be going for, if you bring a single unit, you're going to have to bring at least 3 of those, and that even is going to semi-count for the single entities. So if you bring a single entity, you have to bring at least 2, regardless of what the rules generally say. So like if you bring a Dread Saurian, that means you've got to bring a second Dread Saurian. And then if it also includes for heroes and casters, so if you want to bring an extra caster, you're going to have to bring 2 of the same caster. Now, they don't have to have the same items on them, but they are going to have 2 of the same caster. So, alright, getting Riffle Shuffle in here real quick. So for how the picks and bans are going to be working, we are going to be doing a pick 3 for coming into these things. So it's going to be just like a rubber match for any of the tournament play. So, invite sent. And we should be getting underway in just a second here. Now, these guys haven't gotten a chance to build their armies just yet. We have Swarv in. Ruffle Shuffle will be in just a minute. All right, got both people in, and then we'll start getting underway on the builds. Nate, my Twitter, I don't use that very often. I probably should be using that a bit more, but I do have one. I don't think I posted in it in like a month or so, but I'll definitely probably have to try and remember to post things into that. Maybe have a chance to get that up before, while we wait on picks here. So we're just waiting on Swarv for his pick 3, so that's how we're going to be doing it. So it's pick 3, ban 1, just how the general rubber batch goes for the end game on most tournaments. So like either best of 3 or best of 5, that's usually how the last game is played. And we're just going to be following that up. So Swarv is going to be going Greenskins, Lizardmen, or Dowie, banning Greenskins. So Greenskins, Lizardmen, very strong first picks, and Dwarves are a very strong counter pick to a lot of good factions. So that is going to be a good thing there. And with Dwarves, you have a big variety of things you can bring. So having that, you have to bring at least 3 of a unit isn't necessarily going to be too much of a issue with those guys. We'll see what Riffle Shuffle is going to be going with. And we're just going to be kind of going through a bunch of just a variety of maps here. Nothing set in stone for those. All right, so Riffle Shuffle is going to be banning Dowie, and he's going to be going with Coast. So Vampire Coast against whatever Swar picked. He's going to be going with Greenskins against Lizardmen. That is a rather decent counter pick to them. But with Greenskins, I'd say it's relatively even. There's a certain build with Coast where it's a little bit more of a difficult time trying to deal with things. But overall, I think Greenskins have a fairly decent chance at this one. Nate, you tweeted for me. Thank you very much. And I can focus more, trying to do too many things at once. So, for this King of the Hill, this is going to be for Slaanesh being the god of excess, we're going to make it that you have to bring a lot of the same unit. So, like, if you want to bring, say, one specific unit, like for the Dowie, or I guess for the Greenskins for this, and if you want to bring like a single Stone Troll, you're going to have to bring 3 Stone Trolls. Or if you want to bring a Rogue Idol, then you're going to have to bring 2 Rogue Idols. So normally, certain units are limited to only 1. So like Dreadsaurians, and like there's a lot of other big like dragons, for example, like the Star Dragon. Well, we're going to waive that rule for this. So if you bring 1, you have to bring 2 of those. We don't want to go too crazy on the single entity monsters. They get a little 3 dragons, 3 Dreadsaurians, that's 3 mammoths, things like that, where it gets a little crazy if you try and go a little too far on that end. But that also is going to extend to their mounts. So if you, like for Coast, for example, if you bring Noctilus on his Necrofex, then you are going to have to bring another Necrofex on top of that. Delmo. And then MRBD for Warhammer 3. I mean, with what we've seen so far, it's looking really fun. I mean, Kislev, everyone's been really psyched about that. I've said this before, but what I'm looking forward to is hopefully they end up putting Nagash in. I want to see Nagash and some of his units. I wouldn't even be too opposed to just seeing Nagash as kind of a legendary lord thrown into like Counts, Tomb Kings, or kind of a hybrid between the two. But that's what I'm really hoping for still. But otherwise, I'm just, all the new Chaos demons, I think that's going to be really fun to see. See how well they got all of those split up. Because they're going to be doing one faction for each of the demon gods, so that'll be interesting, because I think on tabletop it's all kind of together, but they all have their own separate kind of lineup. So they're still just kind of going through their armies here real quick. We should be getting underway pretty quickly. And if any of the contestants want to verify their builds, I can take a quick little look at them if they have any questions or concerns about what they're bringing. So just let them know. That whenever ready to go. And we should be getting into our first game pretty soon. Let's see, got a message. Alright, just clarifying a few rules with Riffle Shuffle as they're building their armies. And we are going to be pretty laid back in terms of the rules now. It's pretty much a for fun tournament. I mean, there is a prize pool for it going into the finals, but in terms of like build composition, if there's some like rule breaks in terms of army builds, like if there's something that was a little overlooked, for the most part we're going to be able to just kind of waive that. But we are still going to try and hold to the total of 5 single entities and the 3 SEMs. So taken into account, if you have to bring more than one anyways, we should still be able to hit under that limit without any problem. Yeah, for game 3, the most important, or I guess not the most important, the most interesting thing is going to be how because they're changing up multiplayer a little bit. They're going to go for like an objective-based game mode. I think they'll probably still keep the same game mode that we have right now. Let's take a quick look at Riffle Shuffle's build. So, yeah, so this might be a little bit of a slower because I'm going to have to probably look at people's builds here. And then if I got, yeah, so we're gonna have to clarify a few things. So hopefully once we did post the rules in the Discord before, but we'll be getting underway pretty quick here. So it's been a little delay, but after this clarification, we should be getting finished up pretty soon. And looking at the other side here real quick. And so, yeah, this is going to be a little, seeing if it takes too long for these initial ones, we might have to kind of speed things up and then kind of switch things up. So MRBD, my main faction is without doubt Counts, and that is why I really want Nagashyn for Game 3. I think Riffle Shuffle meant to send a message, not invite me to my own game. Okay, so RORs count as base unit. So just clarifying these, and yeah, hopefully, I know it's been, yeah, we started 15 minutes ago. We should be getting here pretty soon here. I don't know about Castle Drakenhof, though, on that. And it depends on kind of what stage for Nagash. I mean, his starting location would almost certainly be Nagashazar. There's no other location that I think for him. Probably definitely have something tied into the Black Pyramid, like for either quest battle or something like that. But I think definitely he's just going to be a starting in the Gashazar. And it's a pretty nice spot, though, to start, especially for how the Game 3 map's going to be, because then you have a good access to the new map, which is going to be off to the east, and then you have the old world with Nahekara and all of that. Okay. So, Swarv looks good. And then just kind of tweaking Riffle Shuffle's build here real quick so we can get him at his limits. Yeah, so currently Nagashazar is, or at least the area, I don't think the not the Nagashazar, like, I guess, city or whatever. It's not really a city, it's a fort, but that's on the current map. But yeah, everything off to the east, all the way to Cathay, is going to be added for Warhammer 3. At least considering Cathay's in Warhammer 3, because they mentioned that in the first trailer. So that's going to go all the way to the very edge of the Warhammer Fantasy map. I'm sure it'll be balanced with Nagash. It's just going to be a... Oops. Yeah, just looking at Riffle Shuffle's build here, just kind of making sure that his is correct. I mean, yeah, it'd be great if Nagash is this all-powerful unit, but I mean, even characters like Archaon, they have to be, toned down at least a bit to kind of match things. Yeah, currently I'm reading through Nagash's books, the story, not the actual undead tomes. We're not going quite that far, but yeah, I think the entire world is going to be added at this point. So the entirety of the Warhammer Fantasy map is going to be added with what, especially considering Cathay is going to be part of it. I think that's as far as it goes. I think there's a few other, like, maybe small islands off to that side, which probably will be included to at least on the map. Maybe not necessarily, like, populated with the correct factions and stuff like that, kind of just fill-ins. But I do think the entire map is going to be in Warhammer 3, especially considering this is the final game of the trilogy. Spears, halberds, though, with how things are right now in terms of, like, anti-large, great weapons actually do some fairly decent work. I just want Nagash. Doesn't matter if it's end times or whatever. Probably after, at least when he's in Nagashazar, I think would be a decent point for him. When he gets defeated by Sigmar, I think would be a fairly, at least balancing it across everything else. Although end times Nagash would be fun to see as well. Alright, I think we're going to have to be close enough with these armies. Oh, and might have to just provide a little bit of a leeway here in terms of like costing and stuff. This has taken a little while to get things going. Alright. And I think we are now ready to go at long last. So we might have to provide a little bit of leeway for future builds here, just so this isn't taking this long to get things going again. But it looks like both sides are ready at long last, so let's load on in. Alright. I don't think he'll be quite like Big Bird in terms of like the mass that he moves. It won't be as aggressive, I believe. It'll be more of like a strong character. Well, Big Bird is he has that insane like charge where he just has so much mobility and mass, just kind of push through things. Because I think he'll definitely be a stronger caster. But should be, I really hope they add him. Maybe if it's not initially, hopefully he'll be added as either an FLC or a DLC at some point. Alright, so we are finally loaded on in. So for both sides, here, let's also kind of clean up a little bit here. So we have some Orc boys with some Orc biggins for Swarv's front line. Going to be lots of infantry. We also are going to be having the 8 Peak Loonies, Night Goblins, and also some other Night Goblin Fanatics thrown in, and there is going to be 3 of those in total with that limit. And for the Lords and Heroes, it is going to be Grimgore Ironhide with 2 casters, as you do have to bring a double caster if you are going to bring them in the hero slot. So we do have Brain Bursta and Headbutt, and actually we have Headbutt on both. And I mean, if they mix, so for future games, we're going to clarify that can't bring the same spell on both, just in terms of you can't just cast off like Spirit Leeches in general. But for this one, we'll waive that for now. And then Grimgore is bringing his Blood Forged Armor. We also have Your Next, so minus 24 melee attack, minus 48 speed, and minus 40 melee defense for Lords or Heroes on the other side. And considering Gunnery Wights are fairly common in this matchup, that is kind of one of the, probably a decent link to kind of chunk through their armor. So 500 armor piercing, weapon strength, so very good in term against those Gunnery Wights. Savage Orc Arrow Boys for the Archer line, and we are going to be having some Forest Goblin Spider Riders for the mobility. Now, as for the forces of the Vampire Coast, it is going to be the double Necrofex Colossus. Normally under banner rules, these things are prohibited to take 2, but with these rule sets, you have to take 2 if you take 1. So since Noctilus is on his Necrofex, you had to bring the second one. And for Colossus here on, we have the Captain's Wrath's Moondial, we have Wraithstorm, Arcane Conduit, we have Invocation of Neck, and Drowned Dead, pretty standard stuff for him. We have double Gunnery Wights on their crabs here, so they do have that more powder with Scab's Wraith on both of them, so they're able to kind of keep their ammo nice and topped up, especially with both of the Necrofexes. Going to be keeping them nice and healthy, especially with double deck droppers with handguns in the sky, and then it's just going to be a bunch of zombie-powered deckhand mobs with polearms and some regular ones in the front. So a pretty simplified army on the coast side, going to be going up, so it is very heavy in the firepower department, and those Necrofexes are going to be open up, doing a lot of damage here. But yeah, definitely Grimgore actually in this particular matchup not necessarily the worst with how the meta has been with these Gunnery Wights, because the double of the Gunnery Wights on their crabs is pretty common, especially good at dealing with those characters. So the only thing with Grimgore is he's going to have to get to them, and with their, I mean, the Gunnery Wight speed is they have 45 speed when they are on their crab versus Grimgor, who has 38 speed. So he is going to have a little hard time in catching up with them, and that is going to be able to allow them to kind of slowly kind of kite away, and those shots are already starting to open up into Grimgor from those gunnery wights. Going to be trying to whittle them down as quickly as possible, but there isn't a whole lot, well, there's really no other ground range units. It is all going to be in the deck droppers with handguns, going to be firing away, just kind of plucking things down, but there's plenty of archers on the greenskin side to kind of get those things down for that. And the Force Scouts Battle Riders, though, able to find a little hole in the line, while a very nice Scout Strength going to be hitting the 8 peak loonies, taking them down, almost down to half health, but they should be able to get at least one Fanatics off here. And the other gunnery wight is going to be a little too far to get its own Scavcraft off on those, but there is still going to be more Fanatics in the fringes here, going to be trying to whittle things down, but Grimgor has jumped on top of this gunnery wight, and now we are going to be seeing that very hefty bonus, or the armor piercing, going to work, but he is going to be able to pull out, but these Force Scouts Spider Riders are going to be able to kind of keep him in place, going to allow Grimgor to get some nice engagement, and all of these Force Goblin Spider Riders, they actually have some fairly decent mass, so this gunnery wight is not going to be going anywhere anytime soon, and you can just see Grimgor's hits just take it off chunks and chunks of health with every swing of his mighty axe. But both of the Necrofexes doing a ton of damage so far. Balance power is slightly in the Coast favor here, doing a nice little bit of work. And it does look like, ooh, but a massive hit right on top of Grimgor from Count Noctilus. Though he does have Fist of Gorp, so that gives him plus 24 melee attack and melee defense. Going to be really helping to kind of chunk through that armor. And a Brain Burster right into the approaching Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs. And it looks like a Wraith Storm as well, going to be dropping down onto Grimgor. Going to be getting some nice damage into him. So Grimgor is getting whittled down bit by bit, but he has been able to deal with at least one of the gunnery wights. Both of the mass, these Force Goblin Spider Riders, are going to be routing off the field just to a little too early for Grimgor to really finish off the gunnery wight. And if we get an invocation on this guy, he's just going to be able to stay nice and healthy. And Balance Power, though, is kind of a little bit back to the middle, but Grimgor, I don't think he's going to be able to survive very long, especially going this far away from all of his archers. All of these deck droppers with handguns are just going to be able to light him up. I mean, he does have a lot of armor himself, but he is going to take quite a bit of it, especially from these handguns who have some very nice armor piercing, and the gunnery wight should be able to finish things off. He does pop his blood forged armor, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough to save him, and he is likely going to be fallen to the wayside here with a few more shots going to be rolling in. Another Brain Burster right and back, but it's going to be hitting a little bit of the 8 peak loonies on top of that, doing a little bit of friendly fire as these Savage Orc Air Boys are going to get taken out of the picture, but there's still a ton of ammunition left with these Savage Orcs, going to be able to really pepper in that shots, and if they are able to really focus down, especially the Necrofexes, they can do a lot of damage to them, and I may have missed early on. I only see one of the Necrofexes still alive and well, and here is the corpse of that. All of those Savage Orc Air Boys must have had that thing focused down early on. A lot of that balance of power can be lost from that, though Noctilus is still around and operational, though all of the fire now going to be focused completely on him. And in terms of armor, he only has 75, and he is a very large target, so he's going to be able to get focused down pretty easily by all of those archers. He really would like to kind of pull out of that range. Instead, he's kind of waiting forward, trying to finish off the Orc Shaman, who does finally shatter, though there still might be one more off in the distance. Here it is, and that one is the one that has just Brain Burst, so a little bit of spellcasting still on the table for the greenskins here. And the infantry definitely getting depleted very, very quickly on the coast side of things, though they still have plenty of firepower left. They have both of the gunnery wights are sitting nice and healthy. Well, one is nice and healthy, the other one is stabilized, and especially with the healing from Count Noctilus, can definitely provide a nice little bit of top off here. Plenty of room in that healing cap. Wah does go off, and things going to be keeping their front line engaged with that immune psychology. A lot more melee attack should be able to finish off the last of the infantry. The Noctilus getting some nice shots right down the side against these Orc Boys, Orc Biggins, while the rest are going to be trying to charge in, though they do end up routing, getting even a little close to Noctilus, who does have fear and terror when he is on that big Necrofex. But really, at this point, it is all of the ammunition, which is going to be probably keeping the coast in this one for sure, because they have both of the gunnery wights providing that ammunition, and really in terms of armor piercing, there's not a whole lot left on the greenskin side of things. With enough shots from the Savage Orc Arrow Boys, they will be able to bring these guys down, but really they need to focus down Count Noctilus and try and deal with the bats then, because eventually these gunnery wights will slowly get dragged down. There's still plenty of units left on the greenskin side of things. We have Orc Biggins, and the Orc Shaman should be able to help, but most of the spellcasting from the Orc Shaman is kind of useless at this point. There's not really a whole lot of just massed up infantry to use that on. You can probably use it on some summons, but again, summons, it really isn't necessarily the most helpful thing in that, but it looks like the greenskins instead going to be focusing solely on getting rid of these deck droppers, as another Scav Scrath goes right down the line, and Count Noctilus is in a fantastic position here with all of the archers focused trying to deal with these deck droppers. He is just going to be free to rain down shots right down the pipe here. Going to be doing some nice hits, and it looks like we're going to be getting a Brain Burst into the middle of his own troops there, as Swarv does concede, kind of seeing that there's just a little too much armor, and those bats just weren't going down from the shots coming in from the archers. But a fun first match, and hopefully, yeah, we're going to be trying to get these things going a little quicker here from this point on. Well, let's take a little look at the F-Battle report here before things do move on. Deck Droppers and Handguns doing rather well. One of the Necrophexes, unfortunately, did not do very well. That thing does cost 1,900. Noctilus, on the other hand, got 1,600. Both of the Gunnery Wights getting some nice value, and just all of that ammunition being given to these handguns. I mean, these guys were sitting very nice in terms of ammunition, so they would have been able to really finish off what is left, and then just kind of looking at everything else. And then as for the greenskins, Grimgore getting 1,000, able to do a lot of damage to one of the gunnery wights, but unfortunately was not able to finish the job. And then the rest of the units, not really a whole lot of good value for all of the infantry to get stuff off of, because I mean, it's just zombies for the most part for that front line. Not going to be too much of a threat, especially with like the AP Cloonies. They did rather well though, able to get some decent damage off, and then all of the archers getting some good value themselves, especially with dealing with one of the Necrophexes. You're going to get a lot from there. But otherwise, that is going to be it for game one, which means we have our first king on the hill, which is going to be Riffle Shuffle. And now our next contestant, don't know why I have to look at that, I have it up on the screen, is going to be Jay Phoenix. So I'll send a little message out to him, out to her, and we will be ready to go. So another note on this King of the Hill, the top 10 of our list is going to be guaranteed to play. So we're going to at least get through this list. If any of these guys have to drop before they play, we'll start pulling from the rest of the list. So we'll get through 10 people before we start getting into what is technically the reserves. And then, actually, we have a message here. All right, so Jay is ready. We'll get her in, and then we'll be right on in to our next one. And I'll set the next map. So this, nope, that's a bad map. We'll do Pillar of Bone. Yes, Human Boy, I did touch on that. Again, if certain things like that come up, I'm not going to like stop a match or anything on that. And we'll just probably, if I catch it again, I'll probably just send a reminder in chat. Just remember to only use one of those spells, but otherwise, if it happens, it happens. This is a pretty fun King of the Hill anyways, so I'm not going to be too strict on that stuff. So let's update the... So the longest streak and the current king is going to be the same until someone is able to unseat Riffle Shuffle. We are at 1 so far. Alright, so just waiting on Riffle Shuffle's picks. And then There's definitely going to be... I would be disappointed if we don't see Lizardmen at some point, and there is not going to be 2 Dreadsaurians. So, a little note for those playing, someone's got to do it. Alright, so we have Riffle Shuffle going with Counts, Lizardmen, Greenskins, banning Counts. Alright, so it is going to be Greenskins versus the High Elves here for our match. Jay's trying to get some builds okayed, but unfortunately we have to at least keep it relatively reasonable. We can't just completely throw out all of the army limits for this, considering there is going to be a prize pool for it, so we can't just go with a doom stacks, as much as that would be fun to see. Alright, so I'm just going to look at both or all of these armies just to make sure I catch anything as early as possible, so we don't have to wait as long as we did for that first game. But both sides going to be getting their picks in. Oh, I can't select to see items on these. Unfortunate. Oh wait, unit info. There we go. Yes, unfortunately no 5 hell pits. We are still going to hold the 3 SEM limit and 5 single entities. Same with the flyers, the 360 fire, stuff like that. The only thing that's getting overlooked is like Star Dragons, Dreadsaurians, any of like the Harrow Titan. That's another one of those single units that you can now bring multiple. But it is going to waive like the no 2 Star Dragons, no if you bring Soul Crusher, you can't bring another Mammoth. So stuff like that, where that's going to be okay. You can take 2 Mammoths like that. That's just fine. So J Phoenix is ready to go. And now it is just going to be waiting on Riffle Shuffle. I think is almost ready. Looks good on both sides. Both armies look good. And we are ready to go. So let's load on in. A lot less downtime than that first one. That was just kind of getting things a little set up. So sorry about that initial delay, but we are getting into game 2 now between J Phoenix and Riffle Shuffle. Riffle Shuffle is the current one on the hill with 1 win to his name. Oh. Check. What's the problem? Another ask for that. Let's see. What's the current army limit on those units? Okay, so let's just double check. Okay, so those are generally all right. So in terms of the SEMs, as long as they're still holding that, then we'll bump up all max units by 1, and that'll just cover everything. I'll post that in Discord after this game. And unless Jay wants to switch that up real quick. Yeah, so for the SEMs, so this is how we're going to do it, Papa Palpatine. So it wouldn't have changed anything in the past, but if for all units now, we're just going to do this for all units to cover everything, whatever the maximum limit is, you can add 1 to that. So like for Star Dragons, now the max limit is 2. For all those other single entities, max limit is now going to be 3, but that still means you can only take 3 SEMs. But it does mean like there's certain SEMs on there, you can take up to 3 of those, but you have to take at least 2 if it's a single entity, but not the Star Dragons. Or the Necrofex, that's still 2. The what other ones is only to 1? Like the Hero Titan, that's still going to be 2. You can't take 3 of those. Dreadsaurian, that's still going to be limited to 2. Yes, no triple Star Dragon. There's certain builds that gets just a little bit too crazy. So like 3 Dreadsaurians, 3 Star Dragons, 3 Hero Titans. That's the type of thing where it just gets a little too much. Where, yeah, you just don't want to go too far with that. With variants, get +2. So yeah, so variants currently right now it's 8 total. We can go to 10 for that. Yeah. Okay. Now we're ready. Okay, still need to maintain SEM limits, flyer limits, and 360 limits. Okay. Yes, so power topping, that is all limits now. So anything infantry, cavalry, that's +1. But like this, we're still going to maintain the limits for SEMs, SEs, flyers, and 360. That should cover everything, should simplify it, so we're not doing it by case by case. All right, I think that's all good. Let's switch over to the scene, as both sides are going to be loaded on in. So this was the question here, because initially it was, can I bring 3 Star Dragons? But instead it is going to be 3 Sun Dragons, considering their limit is 2. Let's fix this, Alright, a little smoother screen there. And then, so Alariel, the Radiant's going to be the hero here. So she is, or the Lord, and as she is going to be bringing the Star of Avalorn. We have Arcane Conduit, Shield of Thorns, Earth Blood, and then she has the Shield Stone of Isha, giving 12% physical resist in an AoE. And then she has a Shield of Sapphire casting lore passive, which gives an additional damage resistance when casting spells. For the rest of the units, it is going to be Silvern Guard for the infantry and triple bolt throwers here. Now, as for the green skins, we are going to be seeing Wurzag coming in on foot as he is dancing away, ready to go into battle. And so Wurzag is going to be bringing Effigy of Dagit, as well as Brain Bursta. And we also have Foot of Gork, which is going to be a nice little fun bit there. Unfortunately, only the infantry is going to be a good target on that. Bonewood Staff, a very good item, which gives an additional 12 melee attack and charge bonus when casting. Now, if that's just going to be using Brain Bursta, that is a nice little ability for a relatively low casting spell to be able to kind of spam that passive. And then Foot of Gork, though, on the other hand, is rather expensive, so you're not going to be getting as many benefits from that Bonewood Staff with that. But you do have Squiggly Beast, which gives power recharge and power reserves, and that is a constant ability. So much like Greater Arcane Conduit, I don't think it is quite as strong. Warpaint of Wurzag, we have 2 Goblin Big Bosses. Otherwise, rest of the line is going to be Goblins for the front line. We have triple Black Orcs going to be able to make quick work of those Silvern Guard. We have Orc Boar Boys, 3 units of those, and then we have 3 Force Goblin Spider Riders on that far side. So that is going to be the armies. They are underway as the Doom Squad for the air is going to be coming in. All of the bolt throwers going to be firing off their shots, looking like they may have been targeting Wurzag there, but definitely probably one of the better tools to deal with like the Black Orcs. So really these Sun Dragons, they are going to have all of their breaths, and that is probably going to be the strongest thing. So you can't take triple Paladins. The heroes are still limited to 2. That's going to be a hard limit there, but you do have to bring, like, I mean, Paladins. Yes, you bring 2 Paladins, so that's the same shtick as before, as pretty common. So that's not going to change much for Bretonnia. Actually, the Bretonnia builds probably won't change much anyways, considering what they normally bring. A bunch of peasants, bunch of archers, and then a bunch of other units. Actually, there's going to be some units in the background that I knew were there. So some Light Goblins with Fanatics going to be coming in, all vanguarded in the back corners of the map, and they are going to be getting some very nice Fanatics as the Sun Dragon does kind of dive on in, trying to get things shut down quickly, but unfortunately those Fanatics do go off, and that does a lot of damage to those Silvern, going right through all of these units, even hitting this other unit of Silvern, so a lot of damage there, but Earthblood is going down, trying to top them off, as they really didn't kill any models. I don't think, yeah, it killed maybe 1 model in total, so otherwise, so that healing really is going to be quite beneficial for those Silvern, going to keep them nice and topped off. And these Orc Boar Boys have taken a bunch of damage from those bolt throwers just kind of raining in their shots, as they are able to rout one off. Oops. All right, just missed a few. Yeah, so we're just going to get that max 3 breaths to 3 as well, Dr. Jellyfish. Well, Brain Bursta was about to go off there by the looks of things, but it was canceled, I think, instead of trying to be looking for a hit in that front. But a nice breath right down them, and it is against Goblins. I think those breath attacks really do need to be saved for those Black Orcs, as the Black Orcs are going to be coming in. So those Goblins probably already paying for themselves, baiting out one of those breath attacks from those Sun Dragons. And really, it's going to be seeing if the High Elves are going to be able to deal with these Black Orcs, because, I mean, the Sun Dragons, they're going to get some nice breath attacks off, as you see, even that breath attack, which, I mean, hit pretty much right into the center of these Black Orcs, didn't do all too much damage. I mean, Sun Dragons, they are no Moon Dragons or Star Dragons, so their breath attack really isn't as strong as those. So with, I mean, especially with these Fanatics, it's just all of the Silvern Guard are getting really worn down very quickly on. It looks like we're going to be getting a Brain, actually a Foot of Gork. That is what that spell is, right into the back line. That might just outright finish the Silvern Guard. Now, they do have a bit of magic resist, being Silvern Guard, so they are a little bit more resistant to that, but it does cause them to rout, and more Fanatics just ripping through the Silvern Guard. So the infantry for the High Elves really isn't doing all too well. The first Star of Avalorn goes off, can be healing up the Sun Dragons, and trying to, I think, heal those Silvern as well, but they are going to be running right on out of that circle. and the Black Orcs actually getting beaten down fairly well against the Silver, as the Silver Guard trading decently into the Black Orcs. They have been taking quite a bit of damage, but now the wall goes off. Black Orcs are taking a bunch of damage from these 3 Sun Dragons. The Sun Dragons themselves are taking quite a bit themselves. This one did get pushed out of that star as the Greenskins are ahead in that balanced power, even with all of these units. And we get a Brain Burster right into the middle of all those units. Silver Guard going to be a little bit more resistant. But yeah, the Fanatics have been very strong so far. And these 8-peak loonies sitting off into the back right here, just staying nice and safe. They are visible. They are close enough to the Sun Dragons where they are going to be able to still see them. And the one Sun Dragon is getting rather low, is going to be routing. There's just so many units. These Black Orcs, these Orc War Boys, they're doing a lot of good damage to that one, and I don't think there's any saving this one Sun Dragon. It is going to be going down, though the other 2 are sitting nice and healthy, but there is just so many Black Orcs left. I just don't think there's any way for the High Elves to do it, because for these dragons to get the value they need, they're going to have to take off at some point. And with both of these Goblin Big Bosses now debuffing Alario with that they need stabbing, so armor melee defense getting a nice little debuff, and with her being taken down, especially that hit, I think Wurzag coming in with the steel chair in the end, they're doing a nice bit of damage, going to be routing off, and that is going to be it for the High Elves. Unfortunately, just a little too much to deal with. Even the Sun Dragons were not able to kill things there. There are plenty of wings. Yes, you are allowed to pick the same faction twice. We are just doing pick 3s for each of these. So that is going to give the Greenskins another win with Ruffle Shuffle. So for the After Battle Report, these 4 Scout and Spider Riders doing really well. The value they generated from just plucking away shots against those Sun Dragons all game long really got a ton of value for all of them. The Orc Boar Boys, one of them got a ton of value. The Black Orcs getting 1,400 on those guys, 500 not so great on them, and then the Fanatics 1,100 on one, 367 and 500. So a lot of value from those as well. And then even these Goblin Big Bosses getting quite a bit of good value. Wurzag getting 1,200. As for the other side of things, these Sun Dragons, unfortunately, a little fun idea, bring in 3 units of those, but unfortunately not quite able to hold things back in the silver, and they just got beat down so quickly. They were not able to hold up against those Black Orcs in the slightest. So that is going to be it for that one. So we'll update the score. So Riffle Shuffle now has 2 wins, and he will be against Biblington. So lobby is open if you are ready to join. All right, a little reminder out to Biblington that you are up. And Biblington is in. We'll switch up the map. Let's see. And if you do want to suggest any maps for fun, for the most part, I'm open to almost any map. There are a few exceptions to that, but this is going to be... Any Chaos maps as well is going to be a fine suggestion. Otherwise, we're just going to kind of poke at random amongst some of the... Let's see, what do we want to do? All right, let's go into the frozen wastes of Norska. All right. Our first couple games going to be in the books, as now Riffle Shuffle is going to be against Biblington here for our next fight. Yeah, Fanatics. Oof. Yeah, they were pretty rough there. Luckily, dogs are nice and worn out. Spent quite a bit of time outside, so should be relatively quiet in the background. Nothing, not gonna be running laps around the house today. Nope, not Dreadsorian. I don't think they're limited to. Yeah, they're still limited to 1. Yeah, anything that was whatever the limit is for banner rules, it's +1. So for the max unit variant, that's going to be up to 10 now. I mean, so if you want to bring 10 Saurus or whatever between the spears and the regular, then that's fine. But yes, Dreadsorian now is limited to any of like the whatever was max 2 is now max 3, max 4 is now max 5, etc., etc. But you still have to maintain SEMs, single entities, flyers, 360 fire, still max 2 heroes, can't have 3 of those. So those limits still hold. Shooting limits as well is still 12 max. Most damage value too. Probably any of the high elves is probably one of the more potent ones. Nice tightly packed formation. Going to do a lot of damage to them, especially considering they have a lot of elite units as well. Dawi probably as well can do a lot of damage too. So for the picks and bans here, it is going to be Greenskins, Lizardmans, Counts again, banning Counts for Riffle Shuffle, and Biblington is going to be banning Counts and picking Chaos. So that is going to open the door for some lovely Shaggoth fun, which is, I believe, 3 Shaggoths is now the limit. Because I think they are limited to 2 initially. So yeah, and 3 Hell Cannons. If you want 3 Hell Cannons, you can do that. Yeah, all of those Skaven slaves. All of that value. Because I don't... Yeah, Dawi could be a good one, but yeah, High Elves are probably the best one, just because of... I mean, they're tightly packed against... Because, I mean, against Dawi... Yeah, probably. But I mean, it's probably what they're more common in. Because actually, I think that CA might actually have that stat. Because they take a lot of stats in from... I don't know how much from multiplayer, but like I know for like campaign, they know like picks between how many people play as whatever factions, total amount of hours, total turns, total kills. So they might know, but I don't know if they'd be able to get that. Yeah, Riffle Shuffle is going to be going Greenskins again. So Greenskins Chaos is going to be this next matchup. So should be some good fun there. It's, overall, it's been pretty Greenskin favored for this one, though Chaos actually has been doing fairly decently, especially with like the mass changes. They can do pretty well against the Greenskins here. See how well Biblington's able to go with that. Oh, right. I should be looking at all these armies anyways. So those are, can I do this without... So any ROR counts as the base unit. Just clarification on that. So Summoners of Rage, that's a Dragon Ogre. You have on the greenskin side of things, the Fanatics is Night Goblin, or like AP Cloonies is Night Goblin Fanatics. You got Dirk at Squigs, those guys count as Squig Hoppers, etc., etc. Like there's a few exceptions to that. In terms, like, where it's not a straight crossover, like, the Black Lions for the Empire is a ROR for a War Wagon, but it's an ROR War Wagon Hellblaster, which doesn't actually exist. With that one, if it ever comes up, it's just going to be a regular War Wagon. Now, the only thing that is Queen Bess, though, you can't take 3 Queen Bess. Though maybe we might allow that. That might be an exception, because since there is no equivalent for that ROR. Oh, you mean me? Maybe I can ask to see if what kind of information they have. Alright, so Biblington's ready. Just double check army looks good. Riffle Shuffle as well is ready to go, so we'll get on into the next one. Though it might be that since I'm only a verified content creator, I don't have access to all of that information. I don't even know if the partners get that access as well. Or if they do, they probably can't share it. So let's get into our next one. So this is going to be Greenskins versus Chaos. Riffle Shuffle is going to be on the Greenskins, and we'll have Biblington on Chaos. Looks like both sides loaded on in. And so for the... I guess we'll go over the Greenskins real quick, because it is the exact same army as what Riffle Shuffle brought against the High Elves. So triple Black Orcs, we got Goblins Frontline, triple Orc Boar Boys, triple Forest Goblin Spider Riders. We have 2 of the Goblin Big Bosses, so they're going to come in with They Need Sabin. Wurzeg looks like actually same kit there. Actually, I think it might be just a slightly different loadout. Still going to be on foot, as he does have Fist of Gork instead. So he has the magic damage, and he has Get Back Here, and FG to get still. So no Foot of Gork, just the fists. Still Brain Bursta, still Bonewood, and Squiggly Beasts. Otherwise, it is going to be the same army. 3 Fanatics as well. As for Chaos, we are going to have 3 Marauder Horsemen out in front, as well as 4 Chaos Marauders. We have 3 Chaos Trolls, the armored variants. They are going to have 110 armor. You're going to be able to tank any, especially any of the skirmish, but those Black Orcs, I think they're going to make some quick work against them. We also have Aspiring Champions, 3 units of these guys, and they do have magic damage themselves, but they are very low in unit count. They only have 12 per unit. So they're really not going to be that strong of a presence. Normally you see these against like the Coast matchup to bring them against all the Ethereal units. And against like Savage Orcs, these guys do have the magic damage to bypass it. But overall, they do have Encourage as well. But for the most part, I don't think they're as good in this matchup. We have Sarthoriel, the Everwatcher for the Lord. He is going to be coming in with Final Transmutation. It looks like we have Searing Doom as well as Stand or Die. So some nice blob tools to deal with them, and 2 Exalted Heroes going to be on their their Manticores. As this, we are going to get underway. Shots already trading across both sides. The Horsemen definitely trading better on that initial volley. Actually, probably looking like they dodge almost all of those shots while landing a good amount of their own. But really, I think Chaos probably wants to slowly drag down as much of the greenskins as they can here. Specifically, like all the Force Gum Spider Riders, if they can trade the shots well enough, these horsemen should be able to do rather well. There's only 3 of the Force Goblin Spider Rider archers, but really these Black Orcs, they're going to be so problematic just trying to deal with them. So Sartorial, with his Winds of Magic, that's the other thing, just wants to kind of use as many Winds of Magic as possible. So those final transmutations... Alright, and then, so yeah, the engagement's getting underway. I had a little message there pop up in the corner. But Stone Troll, or not Stone Trolls, well, pretty much the Stone Trolls. The Chaos Armored Troll is going to be diving on in against the Black Orcs. Now, Black Orcs should be able to trade very well in that engagement. Both of the Exalted Heroes are going to be diving on these Orc War Boys, doing a nice little bit there. Should be able to get these guys off the field. They are going to rout them, and all of the Goblins on that front line are going to be routing themselves. But now the very heavy hitters for the Black Orcs going to be staying in that front. We have a Fanatics going right through what remains of the Chaos Marauders, doing a little bit of friendly damage to those Black Orcs, but clearing out that front line very, very quickly. So really, these Black Orcs, I think, are just going to be the hardest hitters for the Greenskins here. The Armored Trolls not going to be able to do a whole lot against them, and the Aspiring Champions, I don't think, have the in it to finish them off either. It looks like we have a, I think this is going to be a overcasted Final Transmutation. I don't think this is necessarily the best spot. Looks like it was centered on these one Force Goblin Spider Rider. I think that either needed to be centered on like Wurzag, these Goblin Big Bosses, because while it did do some nice damage to them, but overall I think that is a grave misuse of that Winds of Magic, and one of the Exalted Heroes is going to be getting routed off with They Need Stabbing being popped on it, getting a nice debuff. The other one as well has They Need Stabbing, considering there is one on each of those Goblin Big Bosses, so they are not going to be doing very well in melee. They did get a nice bit of damage off onto Wurzag, and if they had been able to finish off Wurzag, that may have been a different story. But now Sartorial just trying to finish off these Black Orcs. I mean, really, with him Psycho Charging, they might be able to whittle things down. Off in the distance, all of these Marauder Horsemen are actually slowly getting worn down. One is routing, the other one's getting fairly low, as the Force Gum Spider Riders and those Orc War Boys getting some nice damage in there. Greenskins are pulling ahead in that balance of power. They still have a bunch of troops kind of in the reserve. All of the Fanatics are also nice and healthy. These Night Goblins sitting rather well. Those guys are routing, but they are still above 25% health, and we have another unit in the back coming down the hill with a Fanatics probably right up its back pocket. Going to be looking to hit all of these Aspiring Champions, and those Armored Trolls should be able to do some nice damage there. Should actually be able to finish off these Trolls if they don't route already to those Black Orcs, as they are getting very low in terms of leadership, and they themselves do route, so the pocket for the Chaos side of things is getting smaller and smaller. Going to be getting a little Searing Doom right into this pocket of Greenskins. Should be able to get some nice damage in there as the shots do rain home, but unfortunately the rest of the Chaos forces do end up routing, and really it is going to be Sartorial, and that Exalted Hero is pretty much all that is left. And while Sartorial is unbreakable, I don't think he's going to be able to finish off all that is left for the Greenskins. These Black Orcs are just going to be a little too much to deal with, I think. And a little Brain Burst going down in the back of these Marauder Horsemen, but that is going to be army losses. Riffle Shuffle does pull through once again, as he is going to emerge victorious, and he is going to be taking that streak up to 3 after this game. All right, so we'll update that scorecard real quick. There it is. So it's up to 3 now. And I'll take a look at the after battle report as well. So the Force Goblin Spider Riders able to get some decent value between them, all the Orc War Boys, but the Black Orcs, on the other hand, one of them got up to 1,700, other ones, nothing too impressive there. AP Cloonies, the rest of the Fanatics, not really a whole lot of good value. I mean, what the or the Chaos side had, they didn't have like any tightly packed, like, expensive units. Like, there's no Chaos Warriors, no Chosen, anything like that. I mean, Chaos Trolls and the Aspiring Champions, they're pretty spread out, not really that many units, so those Fanatics aren't going to be able to have as big of an impact there. But those Black Orcs were just so ridiculous there. And oh man, these Goblin Big Bosses getting 1,100 and 1,000 between these guys. That is a lot of value for those. I mean, with that debuff that they have, able to pop those on both of those Exalted Heroes, able to get a nice bit of value. And then Wurzag himself, not too much there, mostly a support in this match. As for the chaos side of things, I think, yeah, the Aspiring Champions, chaos trolls, just not a probably good enough combo with just their leadership, and the Aspiring Champions, while that encourage just isn't enough to really keep these trolls in that fight, and the front line just broke way too fast. Both the Exalted Heroes and even Sartorial a little low in terms of that, but unfortunately, that is not going to be enough to take down Riffle Shuffle as he is going to continue progressing. So, yes, a little switch between these two. Lunacy and Ulrich just did a little quick switch with them being right next to each other. That's going to be all right. Well, I mean, the Greenskins can ban, or you can ban the Greenskins here. But Lunacy is going to be up next against Riffle Shuffle, so we'll set the map. What do we want to do? Aspiring Champions, it's an interesting try, but yeah, I think there's something wrong with the encourage. I think there is. Like, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I remember hearing something about encourage not working properly. Alright, so it's going to be same picks and bans. Actually, no, it's still different picks and bans. We're throwing Bretonia into the mix here. So Bretonia is going to be thrown in with counts and Greenskins banning counts. I'm almost hesitant to not let him ban counts. I don't want... I was like, I want to see counts, and if he's banning counts every single time. But maybe if... So Lunacy, it's now time for him to pick and ban himself. So, I mean, he can ban Greenskins, so... And that would leave counts and Bretonia. Instead, he's going to be banning Bretonia going High Elves. Oh, I think we're going to be seeing Greenskins again. All right, so Greenskins once again. So yeah, after this match, we might forego that. If you played the faction in the last game, we might have to pull that from picking it again in the immediate game following, just to mix things up. Because it is pick 3, so you still have enough factions to choose from, and then you can play it after another game. But after this one, we'll switch things up so it's not Greenskins every single game. But it is going to be Greenskins versus High Elves. Oh. Oh, no, yeah, Riffle Shuffle. Lunacy must have a plan here. Yeah, that's true. You can ban Greenskins. And Lunacy had that option because he picked High Elves. I know Bretonia High Elves isn't that great, but if you're really set on that, he must have a plan. I've seen that build before. They tried. But yeah, well, I mean, they're only like 550, I think, aren't they? Aspiring Champions? It's not like they're that expensive. Let's see, 6 Shadow Warriors. Can you do that? Because what's the limit on those guys? Let's see. Shadow Warriors. They are 4. So you could bring 5, but not 6. Oh, yes, Ice Power. So the army requirements for Slaanesh if you're just joining recently, if you bring any unit, you have to bring at least 3 of those. The exception to that is with single entities and like heroes. You can still only bring 2 heroes, but if you want to bring, like, say, a melee lord, and then you want to bring a caster still, like for Norska is a good example. If you bring Wolfric, you have to bring 2 casters of the same lore. Well, it's the same caster. So if you bring like a Female Balefiend, you have to bring 2 Female Balefiends. You still can't double up on spells, but you still have to bring 2 of those. For any like regular unit, cavalry, whatever, you have to bring 3 of those. And for all of this, whatever the limit maximum is in banner rules, that's been upped to 1, or upped plus 1. So any, like a Star Dragon, for example, now you can bring 2. For Phoenixes, you can bring 3 if you want to. You still have to maintain the single entity limits, so SEMs, SE limits, 360 fire arcs, the shooting limits. The max unit variant, though, is up to 10. But everything else, those specific limits are all the same. So, and then any ROR that counts as its base unit, so 8 Peak Loonies counts as a Goblin Fanatic. The only thing, actually, we haven't come across it yet. As I mentioned, I think before the last game, the Queen Bess doesn't have an equivalent unit. We are still limiting to 1 ROR, but for them, yes, we can do triple Manticores. So that is now allowable. But yeah, the Queen Bess, I'm tempted to allow it. You can bring 2 Queen Besses if you want. Oh. Okay, so now both sides look good. And we'll be underway with our next one. Oh, I didn't realize that was that high. There we go. All right. So many ways to lose spectacularly. That is true. There's plenty of ways to do that. All right, gotta change this every single time. There we go. So, we'll quickly go over Riffleshuffle's army because it is the same as the last army he brought. I think he might have Foot of Gork though for Wurzag. Okay, so he does have that Foot of Gork, so it is the exact same army he took against Jay Phoenix in the last High Elf Greenskin matchup. So yeah, Wurzag, double Goblin Big Bosses, 3 Orc Boar Boys, 3 Night Goblin Fanatics, 3 Black Orcs, 4 Goblins in total, and then 3 Forest Goblin Spider Riders. As for the High Elves, this is going to be, we're going to have Illyrian Reaver Archers, so 4 units of those. One is actually the Heralds of the Wind, the Illyrian Reavers. So those guys do have, what is their big difference? I think is the speed. So they have 105 speed, and trying to compare between the two of them, more leadership, more missile strength, but mostly the speed and charge bonus is the big changes between those two. We have 3 Spearmen in the back, double Star Dragon, and Teclis. And Teclis is going to be on his Arcane Phoenix. So, I mean, we're already in the game, but I should have noticed that, where since the Arcane Phoenix can be brought as a single unit, he probably should have been on horse here, but we've already gotten underway, and that's alright. I mean, the rules for like the limits, that's more of a, it's just for fun. So if it's just a little thing that gets overlooked, we're not going to stop it and make them rebuild or anything like that. Yep, yeah, better stats than the melee Reavers. So, I mean, just the basic stats that you get from being rank 9, and then better charge bonus, better missile strength, and it might have better melee attack, or better or armor, not armor, weapon damage. So Effigy the getting put down exactly on top of the Star Dragon as Wurzag did get netted himself. So with this build, which is one of the reasons why double Star Dragons has been banned in the past, is the fact that you can just net and breath, which is, it's opened it up, and we're going to be seeing probably a few builds, which is for reasons for certain rules. But that was a good use of that Effigy to stop that Star Dragon from getting another free breath attack on top of Wurzag himself. So now Wurzag's going to be able to at least evade those attacks for now, as he is going to be kind of pulling in with the rest of his units, as the rest of the Greenskins are just going to have to slowly push ahead here, as all of the High Elves are just going to be kind of just plucking away their shots throughout. The Fanatics really don't have any good targets for them. They have to kind of close in that distance against the Spearmen. So the Greenskins just have to be patient here, and then they'll slowly make their way to the Spearmen. And these earlier Reaver Archers against like Black Orcs, for example, the Black Orcs are still going to be the biggest problem for the High Elves. They've already used 2 of their breath attacks. So the breath attacks against Wurzag are not breath attacks that are going to be going off on Black Orcs. And if we saw in that first High Elf game, the Sun Dragon breath attacks are not as good. It looks like we had I think that was a Brain Burst trying to go down. That's a little too small of a circle, I think, for that Foot of Gork. And I think using Foot of Gork as well is just going to be a little misuse of the Winds of Magic here for the Greenskins. They're just going to have to try and dodge as many of the shots as possible, waste as much ammunition, and then slowly close that distance and keep the Black Orcs safe. Because if Black Orcs stay safe, I think that they can handle the Star Dragons and Teclis fairly easily enough. It looks like we have another net going down on Wurzag, and we're going to see if the Effigy that gets going to be used as well. But I think this might be at the end of Wurzag here, as both of those dragons going to be getting overhead, going to be getting that nice breath attack right down, but we do get a nice little use of that Foot of Gork, going to be able to just nuke down these Illyrian Reaver Archers, but both breath attacks able to do a lot of damage to Wurzag, and it might not be a bad idea to try and get him to break right here and now, though he is going to be able to he's going to survive, if that's the correct way to put it. He is very low in terms of HP, and I think both of these Star Dragons are going to be escorting Wurzag off the field, but he did get a very nice Foot of Gork, able to clear out one of those Illyrian Reavers, and it was not the ROR, but still, that's some decent value there, getting those guys off the field completely. Took out a ton of their models, and even if they do come back, I think it is going to be very shortly lived, if that is possible. Rest of the Greenskins just trying to center around Wurzag, and actually are able to get a little bit of distance as Wurzag does change directions on his route. All these shots are just continuing to pluck away at these Star Dragons, whittling them down bit by bit, while the rest of the Greenskins are now closing that distance to the Spearmen, and the Spearmen are going to be running out of room, getting pushed all the way back to the edge of the map. And if they are able to, and they're in the process though, the Greenskins are kind of closing the noose on these Illyrian Reavers as well. They're running out of rooms to escape as they just get pushed back farther and farther, and I think they really do need to try and thread this needle and get through that hole if they can. And if we swing back over to the far side, as Wurzag is still running around the field, I mean, even if he comes back at this point, so many units are being focused on either keeping him alive or keeping him away. So they're actually going to be getting an overcasted net of Amnentalk right on top of all these units. 2 units do get it. We do get a Fiery Convocation going to be going through, but these guys are all super spread out. It'll do some decent damage, but both of the Star Dragons are going to be diving down as well. Going to be trying to get a nice bit of damage, trying to finish off as many of these units in the back as possible. And we take a little peek up into the sky here. One of the Illyrian Reavers has been able to pull out, and the rest, I think, is also finding a little avenues of escape. But those Spearmen, they will not be long for this world. But the rest of the mobility, though, for the Greenskins, actually an Effigy they get is able to go off onto Teclis, keeping him in place, allowing that Goblin Big Boss to get some nice damage in, and really the Greenskins are doing some decent work here in this engagement, even with the Star Dragons here. One is trying to get on top of Wurzag here. The Wah goes off, giving themselves all that immune psychology, especially in this little blob here, is going to be very helpful, keeping those guys in the fight and just kind of doing as much damage to those Star Dragons as possible. A nice little Brain Burst going down into the Illyrian Reaver Archers, as they have gotten out of that noose, and the rest of the High Elf infantry, though, is getting quickly worn down and is going to be pushed off the edge of the map here. And then everything else for the Greenskins is going to focus solely on just kind of wearing or just surviving the onslaught from all of these Illyrian Reavers. and eventually try and force them into melee. The Warzag does end up getting brought off, taking a hit, and he should fall here, and down he goes to Teclis, and that is going to be it for the spell casting. But really, Warzag still is able to get both of his effigies at the get off, and he was also able to get a nice foot of Gork to finish off one Illyrian Reaver archer, and some Brain Bursters just to get some nice damage. So he wasn't a complete waste. Now, losing the Goblin Big Bosses on the other hand, going to be losing one routing off the field, but should be back in the action. And these Star Dragons have taken a bunch of damage in this fight so far, just slowly getting ground down. Now, Teclis does have regrowth, so he is able to heal things up, but all of this damage dealt is really going to be helpful for the Greenskins, and it looks like the Greenskins are going to be able to really pull things back, because, I mean, these Black Orcs, they are not going to be going down so easily, because the Star Dragons have used 2 of their breath attacks, and everything over there is just going to be too much, I think, for the Star Dragons to deal with. Those Black Orcs aren't going to be taking, like, any damage from these Illyrian Reaver archers, and the Star Dragons just, I don't think, have it in them to wear them down, especially with how low health they are. One of them is actually getting very close to routing right now. These Orc Boar Boys are just able to stay engaged, keep it on the ground, and they need stabbing going down on Teclis. A breath attack right above, going to be able to rout off one of the Orc Boar Boys, but now there's only one breath attack left on one of the Star Dragons, and that is the one that's getting very close to routing. And the balance power is pretty heavily in the Greenskins' favor, so even with all of these units now slowly marching their way forward, I just don't even know they're going to be necessarily needed, as the Greenskins are really able to do a nice bit of damage to these 2 very strong single entities. Teclis is able to get some distance out, and is going to be able to kind of take off once again. Both the Star Dragons, though, slowly getting pulled out. One regrowth is going to be popped off on one, so it is going to give it a nice bit of vigor and a bit of extra HP as well, getting it closer to that healing cap, but it is going to keep getting it out of that danger low range. Yeah, that Greenskin army finished off 3 of the High Elf Spearmen and are slowly making their way towards the rest of the engagement, which has allowed for all of the Greenskin mobility to pretty much get completely decimated at this point, and all of the High Elves now are going to be committed to chasing things down that they can, though we do get a nice little engagement here by these Orc Boar Boys, able to pick off a few models of the Heralds of the Wind, but they are going to have more than enough speed to kind of keep that distance, as the Star Dragon is going to be trying to corral all of these rest of the mobility, as they are going to be retreating back to their own units, as they are just kind of slowly marching their way forward. And at this point, it is going to be just a weathering of the storm, as the Illyrian Reaver archers, once they use up all of their ammunition, are going to have to commit to melee, and they're going to have some very angry Black Orcs to deal with, and I just don't think that the High Elves have the ability to finish off 3 full health units of Black Orcs at this point. I mean, there's the Night Goblins with their Fanatics, but I mean, the Fanatics really aren't going to be too much of a threat to anything other than the Herald, like the Illyrian Reavers, once they are forced to get into melee, but I think they're not going to need any additional help for that. The last of the Greenskins look like they're getting chased off. Goblin Big Boss routing one more time to that Star Dragon. And now, yeah, Leeward Reaver's just going to have to slowly pluck away. We had some model dying off in the distance there. Yeah, Black Orcs, a little too... I mean, what do they got? They have 110 armor, immune to psychology, which is probably pretty important at this point, especially with the Star Dragon, the Arcane Phoenix. But they're not going to take any damage from the Heralds of the Wind. There is one wind or breath attack left on the Star Dragon. So just a reminder to use ammunition. I mean, yeah, I don't think it really matters, though. I mean, the Greenskins can just allow these Heralds of the Wind to shoot at whoever they want. They're going to try and get some damage off into these Black Orcs, but I just don't think it's going to matter. You can use these Goblins just to screen these guys out, to kind of push them farther and farther away, and I think these Night Goblins are just trying to get into range to get that little Fanatics off, and these Goblins are going to be able to screen out these Heralds of the Wind. Rest of the Reavers coming in to get some shots off, but yeah, as I said before, I just don't think there's any way to kill these Black Orcs. If they had more breath attacks, that might be a different story, but there's only one left, and just not going to be enough to finish off what the Greenskins have to offer. Even though they have no heroes left, these Black Orcs have, I mean, they have 67 leadership right now. Just the fact that they are that the Lord is dead, and that's the only detriment that they have. They are fresh, they are confident, while all of these Star Dragons are winded. One is active because it had that regrowth on it, was able to get some of that back, while all of the, like the Heralds of the Wind, these guys are, they're fresh as well and active, so not as much of a debuff to their stats. We have another regrowth going down on the Star Dragon, but again, once that thing has to commit to melee, I just don't think that there's any way for, like if they were able to cycle charge in and out of these Black Orcs might be a different story, but unfortunately that's not going to be able to be the case. Last, the ammunition's being used up by the Lyrian Reavers. Heralds of the Wind have 3 left. These guys have 5. And as much shots as they can get in. I mean, Orc Warp Boys might actually be their best target now. They only have 65 armor. They do have shields, but they are probably the best value target to be shooting at this point. Anything with mass that can hold these Star Dragons in place is probably going to be the best target for the High Elves here. Just kind of feigning charges where they can, last of the ammunition spent, and they did get a Fanatic's cast off, able to try and get into these Heralds of the Winds, but I think killing more goblins, but in the end, do get in, get some nice damage done, peels off a few models. The Star Dragon able to rout off these Night Goblins before taking off once again, or at least terror routing them, allowing it to kind of pull out, but the last shots, and then it is going to be the melee fight. Star Dragon able to pull out once these goblins did terror rout. And the Star Dragon in the back just kind of plucking, just finishing off all of the low-hanging fruit that's possible. So dealing with the goblins, dealing with all the Night Goblins as well, leaving the Black Orcs for absolute last, and are actually able to terror out these Orc Boar Boys as well. But the Lyrian Reavers did lose a few models in the process, as things are just going to try and chase things down. But yeah, I just think it is pretty much a lost cause at this point. Again, just trying to pick off the low-hanging fruit in the back. Goblins getting that tag team by the Techless and one of the Star Dragons. Shouldn't be too long before those guys do end up routing, and the Lyrian Reavers are just going to try and buy as much distance as possible, as they do kind of charge on in, almost a suicide charge, considering that is Black Orcs that they're going to be fighting up against, and they very well just might end up routing, but they are able to get away just soon enough, and that is going to also allow things to kind of pull out while they are engaged. But yeah, again, just the last of the units that are left, not able to just kind of drag things down. Black Orcs all at full health. Fanatics do get off, going to go right through the Heralds of the Wind, peeling off. I think that's just going to be it for these guys. I think they're going to be routing off the field. Nice cast there, able to get these guys routed, and they might even end up shattering if they take a little bit more damage. But even if they do come back, there's 8 models left. They are not going to be able to do much more than just to satisfy that attacking rule. We get the last breath attack right into these Black Orcs, but unfortunately only able to do maybe a fifth of its HP off. And now Star Dragon is just going to have to try and just drag things down, trying to pull out. But, I mean, at this point, you have Techless chasing things in the back. The Lyrian Reavers do charge in, and we try and get a Bound Fiery Convocation off by the looks of it, but unfortunately the Black Orcs and everything else just kind of pushes right on forward. So yeah, Reavers, they explode purple because with the Rakarth update, everything gets the death animation of the Slaanesh's Harvesters. All of the cavalry across the board, not just for Dark Elves, but I think for all cavalry, when a unit dies, they get that purple little explosion. So, not supposed to happen that way, but that's how it is right now, and they haven't had a patch since then to fix that, so still like that. Yeah, I don't know how they managed to mix that up, where they applied that effect to everything. Yeah, well, with the Brood Horror uses the same model as the Salamander, so that was kind of how the mass changed to both of them. he can disengage if something routes that he's chasing. So if he chooses to engage with like Night Goblins, the Night Goblins route, he can then pull out even if he gets caught by these Black Orcs. At least that was my understanding. Especially with the Heralds of the Wind back, he can, I guess, momentarily satisfy. But if he chooses an engagement, then he has to stay engaged in that. I mean, also at this point, I don't think it's going to change anything, even if he pulls, even with these small like disengagements. But if he chooses an engagement and that unit does not break or rout or disengage themselves, then he must stay. So essentially, if he chooses a Black Orc, he has to. So this engagement right here, this is going to be the last time that these guys are going to be able to stay engaged, especially with these guys shattering. Yep. And at this point, there is no switching targets because everything is in the same spot. And yeah, these Star Dragons, they are not going to be lasting. They got 3 chevrons on this one. We got 3 on that. Techless probably got some decent value, but again, it's just not going to be enough. Black Orcs proving too much. Lucy just trying to do everything in his power to pull it back, but unfortunately, Riffle Shuffle will win once again with the Greenskins. And I may ask... yeah, with picking the Greenskins in the pick 3s, like, you do have the opportunity to ban that, but I may ask Riffle Shuffle if we can switch up from Greenskins this next game. But, oh wow, these Forest Goblin Spider is 1200, 1400, 1200 on these guys. I mean, I know those Star Dragons were healing up, but that is the most damage value I have seen on any Forest Goblin Spider Rider. That is an insane amount of value on those guys. The Orc Boar Boys getting some decent value themselves. Black Orcs, they got value, but again, they were pretty much chasing the Spearmen the whole game, and it wasn't until the very end when they were able to generate any good value. Fanatics actually got some good value themselves, because they actually got some good ones off on the Spearmen alike. We have Wurzag got 1,000, so he had a good foot of Gork, and the Brain Bursters did some nice damage. One of the Goblin Big Bosses got 1,300, 400, and then the rest of the Goblins were just kind of there as chaff. And then for the High Elf side of things, Spearmen just kind of got beat down. All the Illyrian Reavers not getting a whole lot of value. Star Dragons got some decent value themselves, but it wasn't quite enough. Yeah, the Black Orcs were just too much here. Using all of the breath attacks on Wurzag really kind of eliminated the killing power against those Black Orcs, and that last Fiery Convocation just wasn't enough. So that is it for that. And now we have Ulrich Rahl in our next one. So the score is now at 4 for Riffle Shuffle. And yeah, the spiders got insane value. I think one had 1,400, and the others had 1,200 apiece. It's like, yeah, dragons are low enough armor where that actually can generate some decent value. Let's see, what do we want to do next? Let's go to Nahekara. Alright, so it's going to be Ulrich Rahl versus Riffle Shuffle. Riffle Shuffle has won every single game so far. And I have asked if we can switch up from Greenskins. Let's see if we're going to be able to get one change in the pace today. I mean, Greenskins, they are the strongest faction by far, but it's nice to get a little bit of variety in. Alright, so we're going to be seeing Bretonia, Counts, and Coast, and banning Counts again. Let's see. Now, what are we going to see from Ulrich? See Wood Elves. Actually, are a decent pick here. Ban Bretonia, go Wood Elves. Because I know Ulrich does play quite a bit of Wood Elves, and that is exactly what he's going to be doing. So he's going to be going Wood Elves, banning Bretonia, and that is going to give him a very good matchup into Counts, and a pretty good matchup into Coast as well. I don't think we want to have any bear size or horse size spiders. I would much rather not. But if you go to Australia, you might be able to find some there. Now you just have to tame them. So yeah, it is going to be VP. So Coast versus Wood Elves. It used to be pretty Coast favored. I think as the changes have been rolling out, is definitely, I think, a pretty favored for Wood Elves still. Those bans, I guess Riffle Shuffle just doesn't like playing against Counts. Because those three picks that he did, Bretonia, Counts, and Coast, none of them are like that bad to Counts. He has PTSD from the spiders in the outback. That's why Lotus doesn't play the greenskins. Alright, so we're about a little over an hour and a half in, and then we have 4 more matches after this. As we have Papa Palpatine's going to be playing the winner of this one. Ulrich Rahl, actually I should be looking at armies here real quick, make sure everyone is following those rules. And this is 1, 2, 3, looking good on that side. As for the other side, oh, messages. Uh-oh. All right. One sec. Just a reminder to Riffle Shuffle on the build. Next patch, I have no idea when the next patch is. It's probably going to be coming with the next DLC, because they have said there's going to be, I believe they said there's going to be another DLC before Warhammer 3. I think that was in the timeline. But we don't know what it's going to be, or the timeline for it. I imagine that's going to be announced fairly soon here, because they are kind of running out of time between now and Warhammer 3. That's not going to be like, I'd imagine it's going to be at least 3-4 months before Warhammer 3 comes out, before the next DLC. So imagine it'll be, yeah, sometime early midsummer, something around that. See, Ulrich is ready to go, just waiting on Riffle Shuffle to finish up his build. Okay, armies look good now. All right. All right, so we are loaded on in. Let me switch the screen over as well. And get that out of debug. And for the Wood Elves being led by Ulrich Rahl, we are going to be having a lot of archers. There's going to be Hagbane tips mixed in with regular Glade Guard. So the Hagbane tips, these guys do have poison themselves and magic damage. So against the Vampire Coast, especially with like Sirens, yes. The Sirens, they can do a nice bit of damage to those guys. We have some Dryads for that front infantry, and there should be just 4 units of those in total. We also have some Glade Riders with spears in the back with some Eternal Guard, 3 units of those. For the caster, it's going to be a Spell Weaver of High. Spell Weaver is going to be having the Channeling Staff, Arcane Conduit, Tempest, and Soul Quench. Soul Quench is going to be used to kind of snipe out some stuff with Apotheosis for a little bit of extra heals. As for the Vampire Coast, it is going to be a Zombie Pirate Deckhand Mobs for that front line, spreading all the way across. And we are also all going to be having a bunch of Scurvy Dogs. We're going to have 5 units of Scurvy Dogs in the back. We have Clylostra Direfin for the Lord, and she is going to be bringing... We have Ghost of the Past, summons a unit of Damned Knights. We have the Song of Enthrallment, so melee attack and speed, Arcane Conduit. We have Kraken's Pull, which is a nice little magic damage, which does slow things down, kind of allowing all those Scurvy Dogs to get on the targets they want. Tide Call, nice little AoE damage dealing. And the Bordello Flabellum, improved power recharge rate, ability recharge -10 as well, and that is when casting. And then we do have a bunch of bats in the sky, and we have Mournguls and double Gunnery Wights with on their crabs, and they are going to be coming in with more powder and Scab's Wrath, just looking to kind of provide a little nice bit of armor. And considering for the Wood Elf side of things, if there was, that's kind of a little risky pick if there is going to be like Way Watchers and stuff, but there isn't really that much armor piercing. I mean, the Glade Guard, they don't really have the armor piercing values. The Spell Weaver doesn't have armor piercing, and the Glade Riders with spears, they do have, actually do they? They do not have that bonus versus large, so it is going to be a little hard to bring those guys down. We are getting a Tempest though into these Fellbats, should be able to kind of get these guys pretty low, and there is no healing on the field for these guys, so once they are going to be getting a little stutter step in the game here, but should be kind of pulling things back up. Looks like we're going to be getting a Soul Quench going right into Clylostra, and that is going to bypass her physical resist, doing a nice bit of damage. So she is going to have to be very careful here. She does pop Arcane Conduit, kind of going to have to be a little bit more aggressive with her Winds of Magic usage, because I don't think she's going to having that much time for her to kind of stay alive at this point with those Soul Quenches. The Hagbane tips are going to be doing a nice bit of damage to her, so she's going to have to stay nice and safe, either engage with all of these Mournguls, or just kind of slowly, or just use up as much Winds of Magic as possible, while the rest of the forces just kind of charging right on ahead, getting some nice charges into these Glade Guard, doing a nice bit of damage, but they are going to be getting sandwiched in by these Glade Riders, and Glade Riders are being a nice counter so far to the mobility units for the Vampire Coast, as they are just kind of cycling in and out, getting some nice hits in, right in onto the Scurvy Dogs here, are going to be taking a brutal charge, should be able to do a lot of damage to them. The Spellweaver is trying to clear up her own Glade Guard, but there's just so much Glade Guard right now, there's just not enough units for the Vampire Coast to really engage with everything. So if something's engaged with one, it is just going to be getting shot by 2 others, and there's just not enough speed, I think, for this Coast army to really get on top of the units that it needs to. All of like the Dryads as well are going to be trading fairly well, but most importantly, yeah, all the archers. There's just too many archers with what the idea is pretty solid for the Vampire Coast here. Lots of mobility themselves. They have Mournguls. They have a bunch of those scurvy dogs just kind of get into those archery units, but they are just collapsing so quickly. The Glade Riders are really on point so far, just able to kind of get the engagements that they want to, and that Spellweaver has been able to get some nice, and we have another hit going off. Kraken's Pull going down on these Glade Guard here, trying to slow them down, do a little bit of damage, but unfortunately will not be too much, and the Soul Quench did look like it got cancelled, but not going off just yet. As both of these Gunnery Wights just trying to screen out that Spellweaver, as the Spellweaver is going to have to try and skirt around them, stay out of range of their ammo. But let's see if we take a look at their firing arc. So they still have a nice little bit of additional range, and they have some decent speed to kind of keep in pace with that Spellweaver, and Spellweaver definitely needs to kind of pull out. Going to be using Apotheosis on herself, healing her up, also popping that Arcane Conduit. But there's just so many archers left, just kind of slowly plucking away all of their shots, as things slowly get kind of just slowly dragged down across. I mean, Morngulls are like the only heavy hitter other than the white Gunnery Wights. Everything else, I mean, if we just take a look out, I think all of the one Scurvy Dog is left, and then just all of the archers. Yeah, there's just too many archers here. Because yeah, normally, as Jay is saying, without these Glade Riders, all these Scurvy Dogs would have the time of their life just kind of getting in with all these Glade Guard. With some nice, cheap, quick mobility on the Wood Elf side is just a very strong counter that we are going to be getting the Damn Knights Errant, as I think the Claustra must have gotten another Soul Quench right into her. We do get a Scatchcraft going off, and only the White Kings right now, I think, are holding that balance of power for the Vampire Coast. And I think that's pretty much it for them. Nothing left to really challenge all of the archers, just not all of them at the same time anyway. They just have way too much room to kind of move around and fire. The Gunnery Wights will take a bit of a hard time kind of getting through all of that armor, but once you just surround them with like spears, all of the infantry, they're just going to be stuck in melee, not getting the shots off on those they need to, because they're just trying to get the damage off on the Spellweaver, as the Damn Knights Errant going to be trying to get as much in as they can while their summon does last, as Claustra has fallen so far. Gunnery Wights still firing off their guns, getting some nice hits off on that Spellweaver. Spellweaver is taking damage bit by bit, and I mean, that would be like the only way is if these two Gunnery Wights can hard carry. But yeah, I just don't think there's any way for the Vampire Coast here to kind of pull through on this one. Way too much archers left. Yeah, Claustra with that Soul Quench, that was like the exact opposite of thing that you wanted to be bringing. It just does so much damage to her, especially with all these Hagbane tips as well, because these guys do have magic damage and poison as well. Well, Claustra did last longer than I thought she would. I thought she'd be like out of the picture very quickly. She was able to get some magic off, gets at least her Damn Knights Errant, but yeah, overall, not very good for her. I think at this point it's just going to be a slow drag as they finish off the last of the Gunnery Wights. The Morngulls taking the brunt of all of this fire coming in. They are not going to be making it to that archery line anytime soon. Just dropping models left and right, as they're going to be crumbling away. And now the Gunnery Wights pretty much going to be standing alone. Dryads will be finishing off the last of these Army Pirate Deckhand mobs, and also just not having any summons at all for Coast is pretty risky in general, and that is going to be army losses. Gunnery Wights not even going to have the chance to kind of duke it out, and they are just going to be disintegrating down, and Ulrich is going to be now the current king. So Swordful Shuffle does have the lead, though, at 4. So we'll take a little look at the after battle report, and we'll update the king as well. So the current king is now Ulrich Rahl, and that is going to be at 1. So for the Morngulls, not getting a whole lot of value. All of the Direwolves as well, or I guess Scurvy Dogs, not doing it too well on top of that, and as well as all of the Fellbats, just getting shot to pieces. Gunnery Wights did a lot of value, got 1,500, 1,300, firing at that Spellweaver, getting some good damage there. Claustra was able to get almost 1,000. Other than that, it was just a pretty much a wash across the board for the Vampire Coast. For the Wood Elves, the Spellweaver getting some nice damage, that Soul Quench doing a lot of damage, and all of these Glade Riders with Spears. It's just such a great counter to those Scurvy Dogs. Dryads as well doing quite well, and then all of the Archers. Just so much ranged here just to be peppering away at the oncoming Coast, who is generally just going to be pretty low armor across the board, with a few exceptions to what they can bring. So that's going to be that, and now we do have Papa Palpatine is going to be up next. So I'm just going to clarify one thing with like the picks and bans, because right now we've been doing picks 3 and ban 1, which is how the rubber match is. But with all of the greenskins that we had, I don't want to be changing up the rules mid-game unless like the contestants are okay with that. Because if I don't want to be, if they're not comfortable with that or they think that puts them at a disadvantage, then I'm just going to keep the rules as the same. Yeah, it's like if it was just for fun King of the Hill, I wouldn't have any problem with switching it up to like that. But considering there is actually a prize pool on the line, if people aren't okay with that, thinking it might give them a bit of a disadvantage, especially considering how that's going to be going. Yeah, okay, so all works perfectly fine with that. Greenskin's a gold handicap, so like take off 1k of their value every single time. All right, so yep, we're going to be good with that. So yeah, going forward, you can, if you've played the faction in the game before, you can't have that in the pick 3, just to at least kind of keep things a little interesting in that regard. Let's see, what do we want to go with? Actually, let's see, oops. All right. Yeah, the anti-greenskin tournaments give them a forced handicap. We can maybe kind of play around with something like that. Maybe just for fun, though. Or a no-grom tournament. Alright, so next map is set. It will be Ulrich Rahl versus Papa Palpatine here. Should be good fun. Yeah, longest streak is Riffle Shuffle at this point, and now Ulrich Rahl has taken that crown off him, and now he is going to be having 1 game to his name, so he has to take 4, or he has to win 4 more to surpass Riffle Shuffle. If we get to the end and we have a couple people tied at that, it is going to be a 1v1, 1 game to decide who is going to take that crown. We'll see if it comes to that point or not. If you take Grom, you can't take Magic. Well, I think some greenskin players would probably be okay with that. They might still take the Giant River Troll Hag even with that. That could be an interesting way as well. If any faction play multiple times, you'll lose 500 gold if you want to. A little handicap to do that. I think for 1 game that wouldn't be that big a deal, because you drop maybe 1 Forest Goblin Spider Rider and you're pretty much at that point. So we have Ulrich Rahl. His first picks are going to be Greenskins, Vampire Counts, and Bretonia. He's going to be banding Coast here. And again, Well, with Greenskins and Bretonnia, I guess Coast isn't the worst band there. So it's pretty strong against those two. Counts, it's pretty even. See, all of these like little rules for picking factions back to back, those are great. I think like some of these I probably would have used if we did that from the get-go. It's I don't want to be switching that up mid tournament like that. It's not really that fair to the people who are playing after that rule change is made, especially if that king has already vacated his throne and has won all of his games on the old rules. Well, we'll see what Palpatine is going to go with. Now, I think Palpatine's a very big Chaos player, and I think he's fairly confident in the Greenskin matchup. But he's going to be going Lizardmen banning Bretonnia. So, Lizardmen are very good against Counts and Greenskins, but we are going to be getting Counts today, as Ulrich is going to be going against them. And really, Lizardmen and Counts isn't the worst matchup for the Counts. The worst ones for them is Dark Elves and High Elves, or not Dark Elves and High Elves. Dark Elves and Wood Elves are the worst two by far. High Elves is pretty bad, but it can be done. And then Lizardmen is unfavorable, but depends on who I'm playing against. But Lizardmen is definitely doable as Counts. Yeah, Palpatine, he plays Weespin too. I know he played them in yesterday's Faction War, but he's very much a Chaos main. I think that is his foremost faction to play. I know he ended up playing them in Vikings Master of Factions tournament a couple of months ago. Lizardmen are fantastic against Bretonnia. That is a very strong... So Lizardmen really is good against Greenskins, Counts, and Bretonnia. I mean, if you have a ban and your faction is good against all three of them, you just do whichever one you're not confident with. And actually, Ulrich, I'm spoken with him before on that matchup, actually. He actually kind of thinks the Bretonnia into Lizardmen isn't as bad. But... It's when you're faced with three good matchups, you just do whichever one you're least preferable to or have least amount of practice in. I think Counts, Greenskins, Bretonnia one actually is probably the easiest in terms of setup and use, in my opinion. All right, looks like Papa Palpatine is ready to go. Just waiting on Ulrich, and then we'll get ready to go on our next one. Actually, we have I should be looking at builds. Normally don't have to worry about this. But I should just clarify before I get things going and things haven't been... Okay, so just looking at costs and what everyone's brought. Yeah, that looks good to me. Ulrich plays a lot of Counts, though, as well. Greenskins may have been... might be his least played out of the three. But yeah, Ulrich does play a lot. Especially considering what he's been playing recently. Ulrich has been playing a lot of Bretonnia in, those single-faction tournaments. I know in, Rubber Duck's tournaments and for Sotek... he's been playing Bretonnia pretty much in all of those one-build tournaments and those one-faction tournaments. I can't remember if he played any in the last faction tournament that Turin hosted or not. Oh, no, he did play. I can't remember what faction he did. I'm pretty sure he was in it. So Ulrich's tweaking a few things in his build, otherwise we are going to be ready to go. Everything looks good to me. All looks ready. Papa Palpatine was ready, so I assume we're just ready to start. Alright, let's load on in. Yeah, for the lady. Of course, their builds probably aren't really affected too much by this rule here. They usually bring a lot of everything. A lot of cav, a lot of infantry, a lot of archers, lots of paladins, you know, common stuff. So let's switch on over, and we'll get into our first, I guess, contest against the current king. Yeah, SSD is nice to have, especially being able to play all the games at their highest, at least for the most part. Alright, both sides loaded on in, and since I've seen the build, I'm going to go over Lizardmen first, because I've asked for it and I have received. We have the double Dread Saurian going to be gracing us with their presence today, as they are going to be coming in with a ton of HP between the two of them. So really it's going to be, can the counts grind these two down? But of course, having two Dread Saurians means you don't really have a whole lot for everything else, as there's just going to be 4 Saurus spears, and then there is going to be 3 Skink Cohort with javelins, and then for the Lord it is a Slann Mage Priest of Life, and especially with 2 Dread Saurians, that is almost a must over any other lore of magic at this point. You have Bound Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones, we have the Aura of Quetzal, which gives armor and melee defense, we have the Blood Statue with Spite, as well as Regrowth, Earthblood, and then of course Cold-Blooded with Greater Arcane Conduit. So very simple build for the Lizardmen. As for the Vampire counts, you're going to have a little bit more variety, as we do have a bunch of zombies for the front line, backed up by Graveguard with great weapons. Pretty standard stuff for this matchup. And then in the sky, we do have a bunch of Fellbats. We have 4 Fellbats. We also have the Red Duke going to be on his Hellsteed, and the Red Duke is going to be bringing El Sif, Foe Seeker, as well as Raise Dead, Gaze of Nagash, and Van Hell's Dance Macabre, which gives speed and melee attack, most specifically melee attack, and Overcasted does make that an AoE. Invocation, 2 Vargulfs to deal with the Slann, and of course the Red Duke will also assist in that regard, but it is going to have to be trying to deal with 2 Dread Saurians here. So this is going to be a rather interesting fight for them, seeing if they're going to be able to break through this box. Really, the Graveguard with great weapons should be able to deal with these Saurus Warriors with spears fairly early on. The biggest question is going to be those 2 Dread Saurians, especially when being healed up by a Life Slann. Oh yes, Shetland and Apache. So anything that you must bring 3 of those, and that's for anything that isn't a single entity. For single entities, you have to bring at least 2, and every single unit limit has been increased by 1. For unit variants, that's been increased by 2 to 10. So that's the new rules for the Slaanesh champion, King of the Hill. So it is going to be a fairly patient game from the Vampire counts, a little stuttery here for a little bit, but really the Graveguard with great weapons, I mean, if they can deal with all these spears very quickly on, then that's going to just allow for some nice cycling in, but a nice little catch here, getting onto those Skink Cohort with javelins, kind of preventing them from getting any shots early on. You're going to be able to get a nice little bit of health off. I think the Red Saurian is able to kind of push back one of the Dire Wolves, the other 2 getting some nice damage on these guys, but they have taken quite a bit in return, especially with these guys getting a nice volley off. And the Red Duke actually diving down against the Dread Saurian, getting a few hits into the rear, but really not doing a whole lot of damage so far. Yeah, so everything just now slowly approaching here for the Vampire counts, going to be looking to now engage with the Saurus Spears, really kind of pulling the attention of the Lizardmen to the backside, as now both of the Vargulfs and Red Duke all diving down onto the Slann Mage Priest with Elsif popped, but that Slann is able to kind of really take things out. Hasn't popped any of its own buffs just yet, as the Slann is just getting beat down pretty quickly, taking a lot of damage. The Red Duke is going to be pulling on up. He does have Foe Seeker, and he has Invocation of Attack as well popped on him. Going to be healing him up a little bit as the guns from the Dreadsaurian starting to fire up into the sky, getting some good hits off, and a Banishment as well going down right behind. Going to be catching the Dire Pack, doing a nice bit of damage to those, but that Slann is in dire straits right now, getting fairly low, as I believe it has a regrowth on. Our Quetzal is popped as well, giving that armor melee defense. That regrowth, though, is the only thing really that is going to be saving it. Now, definitely that Slann would have liked to have saved those regrowths for the Dreadsaurians, but if that Slann is gone, then you're not going to be able to get any of that Winds of Magic off. Both of the Vargos have taken quite a bit of damage from the Dreadsaurian. I think now is the time probably for them to pull out themselves, get a little bit of healing back, and let the Graveguard with Great Weapons finish off all of these spear and just try and get another good engagement, especially with the Slann having all of those buffs on. But the Vampire Counts is just doubling down, trying to deal with the Slann as quickly as possible. They're not going to be giving the Lizardmen any room to breathe, as the Slann is now going to be threading that needle between both of the Dreadsaurians, but the Shield the Old Ones is going to be going off, and I think now is definitely the time for the Counts to pull back, regroup, and focus their attention on the rest of the Lizardmen army, deal with them, and just leave those single entities for that late game, as the Vargolf is getting pursued by the Dreadsaurian, looking to get a hit off, as it does kind of miss a little bit on that attack as the Vargolf running through his own units, but that is going to give the Dreadsaurian a nice little bit of a room to engage with those Graveguard with Great Weapons as they try and deal with the Saurus Warriors with spears. The Slann itself is still sitting fairly decent in terms of HP, and both of these Vargolfs now are a little low themselves, but they will be slowly regenerating throughout the course of the fight. And of course they do have the healing from the Red Duke, who he himself is actually getting fairly close to his own healing cap, taking a lot of fire from these Dreadsaurians and all of these skinks on the ground, and doesn't really have that much room for healing at that point. Both of the Dreadsaurians just sitting still at full health, and I think that is probably going to be the biggest problem here. So much effort and time went into trying to deal with that Slann, and the Slann is still alive and well, sitting very nice in terms of HP. But we have, both of those Dreadsaurians are just going to be such a problem. Red Duke looks like he was trying to dive down, doing a little bit of a whiff on that. He did pop El Sif, though, on the Slann, so if he wants to dive down, now is the time. I think he had to wait until after that Aura Quetzal was popped to use it, and now that has worn off, but El Sif is still on, but he has nothing really to follow up with this engagement, and I think he's just going to have to wait around for that next engagement and just kind of allow all of his Graveguard with Great Weapons to slowly whittle down all of the spears, because they should be able, even with the Dreadsaurians roaming the battlefield, these Graveguard with Great Weapons should be able to finish off the spears and just leave the Dreadsaurians left in the late stage of this fight. Yeah, both Counts and Lizardmen, their lords are pretty much sitting at their healing cap, but the Red Duke is a little bit more squishy than that Slann Mage Priest, because the Slann has that Aura Quetzal, the Shield of the Old Ones, all can be used one after another to be kind of giving themselves that counter to that El Sif ability, which reduces all of that from the Red Duke. And more, though, of the Saurus Spears are getting a little low, but as are the Graveguard with Great Weapons, but there's still plenty of those left. And there's plenty of mobility left as well for the Vampire Counts, as they should be able to kind of peel off some of their quicker units to help chase things down, but a nice volley from these skink cohorts right into the Red Duke, who is now hotly pursued by that Dreadsaurian, and another volley at this close range could do a nice bit to that Red Duke, getting a lot of damage dealt his way. And with how low that Red Duke is, he is going to have to be a lot more cautious, and both of the Vargos as well. You can see their healing cap, they have a lot of room left to heal, but unfortunately they're just not getting a good chance to do it. The shots from the Dreadsaurian on their backs are really just peppering into the Vargos, doing a lot of damage their way, and are just slowly whittling them down bit by bit. And it's just that one volley, you just saw that health drop on that Vargolf, and it looks like that is going to be it. Disintegration is going to be taken hold, as the Counts just didn't get a good opportunity to finish off that Slann. I mean, had they finished off the Slann, I don't think that the Dreadsaurians would have been able to really withstand everything that they had throwing up against them, because losing all of those buffs from the Slann, and the Slann actually got 1100 in total value as well, just in melee. Both of the Dreadsaurians, 3600, 3100 on those two, a ton of value for those guys. Even the skink cohorts getting some decent value. One of the Saurus Spears did okay work. As for the Counts, Red Duke unfortunately only 600. Both of the Vargolfs only getting 1500. Just got that Dread Sword. It's just too much. Honestly, bring in Banshees might not have been a bad idea here. All of the great weapons did rather well themselves, so just pretty much a wash. Just unable to finish off that slot early on was really kind of that big problem there. So, yeah, that is going to be it for that. So now the current king is going to be Papa Palpatine. So we'll take a look, update that as well. And then our next fight, I have to take a look at the list here. Switch on over. And it is going to be AC Maiden is going to be up next. All right. Let's just take a quick little look at some messages, and we'll get AC Maiden in for our next fight. And then we'll have 2 more guaranteed spots, and we are sitting about 2 hours, so there's a good chance we'll be able to throw in a few more into the mix. All right, just waiting on AC Maiden. Okay, just asking for the password. And we should have him in for the next one. And let's see, for the next map. Yeah, we'll go with Doc Karaz then for the next one. All right, so I will be right back, and they're going to be going ahead with their picks and bans, so we should be getting into the next one as soon as I do return. Alright, I am back. So, for the picks and bans here, we have Papa Palpatine's going to be going with Skaven Beastmen, Wood Elves, banning Vampire Counts, and Maiden's going to be going with Wood Elves, banning Beastmen, and I believe we have Skaven for Papa Palpatine. So this is a probably pretty favored for the Wood Elves here. Skaven can struggle quite a bit with that, especially with like certain items where you can just kind of snipe out the lords and heroes fairly easily. And then just the mass archer fire and mobility that the Wood Elves have definitely provide a bit of a trouble for the Skaven armies. Oops. Just taking a look at how the armies are faring so far. See how things work out. I think Papa Palpatine's probably going to have some good fun. He graced us with the double thread Saurian. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve for the Skaven here. Kind of mix things up against a probably traditionally bad matchup. Well, we'll see if we get any Wills of Doom Shetland. Let's see if Palpatine is kind of looking through the build, seeing what we're going to be seeing. Liking it so far, I suppose. Luckily, you guys can't see what I'm looking through. Let's see, what for the best ROR. Oh, of course you gotta go with the avalanche mortars. How can you compete with the purple rain? So I see, yeah, AC Maiden looks like he's ready to go. Papa Palpatine's still finalizing his build just a little bit. Can't seem to decide which route he wants to go down. 8 Peak Loonies are probably the best ROR. Sigmar Sons, I mean, at least for the Empire, I think Sigmar Sons is really good. But I think overall, like you put the Sigmar Sons on different rosters, I don't think they're nearly as potent. But yeah, I mean, you do see them in like, yeah, Sigmar Sons, AP Loonies are probably the most cost effective by far. I wouldn't necessarily the best. AP Loonies, you might say, has a decent impact in games. My friend Steve, when I was young, I guarantee you, if you guys guessed my age, you would be 5, 10 years probably too young. Counts probably won't use Sigmar Sons. Well, they're unbreakable, so that's actually better than undead. But they don't have fear, so All right, both sides loaded on in. I'm not close. That's actually higher than my age, 27. But almost anyone who doesn't know is... God damn it. Yeah, but pretty much anyone who doesn't know my age has almost always guessed well below. All right, so for... Actually, got to switch this real quick. There we go. All right, so for the Wood Elves here, being led by AC Maiden, we've got Glade Riders with Spears, 4 units of those in total. We got a few Dryads with a few Eternal Guard in that front line. Lords and Heroes going to be a Dreka as well as 2 Waystalkers. Waystalkers here are fairly common picks, and they both have the Prey, oh not Prey event, they have Arrows of Kurnus between the two of them. Very good at sniping out artillery pieces, or even doing some decent damage to like poison wind borders and stuff like that. And then Dreka has had a little bit of a nerf in that last patch. Now she only has 1 of her Rouse to Wrath charges, but she is also going to be bringing the Pendulum as well as Enfeebling Foe, Melkos Misfying Miasma, and of course she has her buff, which is the more damage she takes, the better the units around her are going to be doing, including herself. And then we also have the Fang of Talroth, which, let's see, around self affects enemies, doesn't have, and then so it adds ability recharge for any units nearby, and actually against like assassins that can be quite good. So for the rest of it, it is going to be some Glade Guard, we have Hagbang Tips and Starfire Shafts mixed into it, but otherwise just a very wide Archer build. And for the Skaven, it is going to be a lot of mobility. We have Wolf Rats and Wolf Rats with Poison, plenty of those, so there's going to be 6 across the board between the two of them. We have 3 Eshin Triads as well, or one of them is going to be the Ishka's Triads, which do have a little Mirage ability, so they can pop that and kind of confuse the opponents. Now those things do have 0 stats, so they're just a roadblock if nothing else. Clan Rats for the main infantry, 3 Slingers, and then we have 2 Assassins. We have a Doom Wheel as well as Ikit Claw on his own Doom Wheel, bringing in that second one, and he is going to be bringing, he has Flensing Ruin, not a spell that you're going to be seeing all too often. And we also have Howling Warpgale. Howling Warpgale not going to be any use in this matchup, as well as the Brass Orb. We have Flensing Ruin, and then also Warp Lightning to kind of do some nice damage in a small little AoE. But that is going to be the armies, as both sides going to be approaching one another. So the Wheels of Doom are going to have to be rather careful right here. They are going to be able to taking quite a bit of damage, as that first Arrows of Kurnus does a nice bit into Ikit Claw, as the rest of the units are going to be taking a bunch of fire, as well as the volleys just pummel this Doom Wheel, taking a ton of damage. Both the assassins are getting a little far ahead of themselves, but all of the mobility is really going to have to try and quickly get into that back line. But again, just like in the Coast game, these Glade Riders with Spears, while they are getting caught out right here, are a very good counter to this dog play. But yeah, these guys on this flank are just getting eaten alive very quickly, and that's going to be a loss of a bit of the mobility on the Wood Elf side. If we take a look on the other far side, they've been doing a little bit better. Of course, the Eshin Triads are going to be on the field to kind of help their dogs in that engagement, but they still were able to finish off these Glade Riders. On that side, there is one more unit left, which could get a nice little charge in, but of course that is into Eshin Triads. The Brass Orb dropping down right into the middle of these Glade Guard, Starfire Shaft, just trying to disrupt the shots as much as possible, but both Ikit and that Doom Wheel have taken so much damage so early on, and the Skaven need to try and push into that back line as quickly as possible. Both the Assassins are in the back line as well, just trying to muck things up, and they are able to do that. Slingers getting some nice DPS in, but the Skaven look like they're kind of washing up against the Wood Elf formation. The mobility is doing some decent work, able to clean out another one of those Glade Riders or Spears, but they need to get into these archers as quickly as they can to allow these Doom Wheels and Ikit Claw to actually have a chance to do something, because right now they can't get into range of these Glade Guard because they just take so much damage in the process. These Glade Riders are still nice and healthy, but that is the last one for the Wood Elves left, and they are engaging with these Ishka's Triads. I can't tell if this is the summon or not. One of these is this. Actually, take a look at the stats, you can tell. So this, actually no, you can't do that either. So the Wolf Rats still finally able to get into that back line, as the Glade Guard with Hagbane Tips are able to get shut down, at least for now, but there's still plenty of units left, though the Eshin Triads have been able to get into this unit on that far side. And actually the Skaven look like they're pulling ahead slightly in that balance of power, though that Arrows of Kurnus trying to finish off Ikit Claw, it went just a little too high and came down and missing most of its shots, so unable to finish off Ikit Claw, but the shots in from the Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts might be able to at least rout him off. off as the Flensing Ruin on the far side, able to at least do some damage to these Eternal Guard, but that is not really a cost-effective spell most of the time. You are going to be seeing pretty much anything but that. So at this point, not a whole lot remaining for the backline of the Wood Elves. The Wolf Rats have been able to get some good engagements with the all of the Glade Riders with spears, and with them gone, they have a lot more of free reign. However, Ikit is still getting fairly low. He is stuck in with spears, so he is able to kind of pull out, getting a nice Warp Lightning right down into the middle of these Eternal Guard, doing some nice damage there. Both the Assassins, the Eshin Triads, and the Slingers just kind of slowly plucking away at them, and with both the Assassins sitting nice and healthy, I mean, Draika is going to have to be very mindful of them. And I think the Skaven are going to be able to pull this off. All of their ranged units are getting either occupied, chased off, and away from the key targets that they need to. Surprisingly, you see in these Skaven slaves routing off with so little, or with a decent amount of HP, that looks like they will be coming back any time here. Ikit still very low in terms of HP, only 510 left. He has 110 armor, and here is that final shot from the from the Arrows of Kurnus, finishing off Ikit, and that is one of the Doom Wheels gone. But the balance of power shifting more and more into the Skaven's favor. One of the Assassins has been dealt with, and the other Assassin is going to be pulling back. Actually, Draika seems to have been able to do a decent job at finishing off, able to shatter one of them. But Draika still has to get through a lot of infantry. One of the Waystalkers on the far side of things is being routed off, and the Wolf Rats are going to be trying to escort that, but their leadership is wavering in the back, and if they are unable to stay on top of that Waystalker due to their leadership, which they might actually end up routing, it's just going in and out right between the fringes of routing. And the Wood Elves definitely want to get their Waystalker back. It looks like one of them is still firing away completely unopposed, trying to finish off the last of the Doom Wheels. Doom Wheels will do quite well against Draika and the Waystalker if it is able to get close enough, but right now it is just kind of juking and dodging as many of the shots as it can, and is just trying to, I think, is looking to get into that Waystalker on the far side to assist the Wolf Rats, which are getting fairly low in terms of leadership, but it is still able to maintain its chase even at this stage. And we have some Eternal Guard coming back, plenty of other units, but there's just so much infantry left. It looks like we're going to be getting a nice pendulum, though, going right through the Clan Rats, and it is even going to be going through these Eshin Triads, so a very nice assassin that should actually rout off all but those Eshin Triads, as the Assassin trying to bring down Draika, but Draika is just trading so very well into that Assassin, and especially with these Glade Riders able to knock down that Assassin and cause it to rout. So Draika has been able to just withstand all of these Assassins heading her way and just kind of beating them back one at a time. But still, the balance of power in the Skaven's favor, able to get the other Waystalker off, and that is a really big help for the Skaven, able to make sure that this one's gone, and this Wolf Rat is not going to be in any danger of routing. And if we take a look on the far side of things, that is pretty much, I think, completely it for the ranged units of the Wood Elves. Nothing else to really threaten that Doom Wheel. While it is at low health, it is going to be able to have a nice little bit more free reign, and I think focusing down the Glade Riders at this point with the Wolf Rats, I think, is going to be the way to go. Just try and finish off the mobility and give that Doom Wheel its complete and just complete freedom of movement, just able to cycle in and out of like the Eternal Guard and everything like that. And if they can get that Assassin back as well, which these Clan Rats are trying to do on this side, as these Glade Riders with spears do have to kind of pull back away from the Assassin, and it is going to allow the Assassin to return. So if that Assassin can now engage Draika with the assistance of all the rest of the units, I think this time around it might be able to trade a little bit better here. But yeah, I mean, balance of power, you can definitely see like how much it's in favor of the Skaven. But the Skaven, the only thing, I mean, they have the Assassin left, they have the Doom Wheel, which is alive, but Draika herself is very strong. I mean, we've seen battles with the Wood Elves before. I think it was a Wood Elf mirror, actually, where it was almost army losses for the Wood Elves, but they were able to pull things back. So I'm wondering if just Draika has very little in terms of total balance of power weight. And here is an engagement that's going to decide quite a bit. A nice little play here by the Wood Elves, going to be trying to get a rear charge, but in the process, they just took a little too long, and I guess their counterpart there ended up shattering before they were able to get that full hammer and anvil. But these Wolf Rats with poison are still going to end up routing, and the Glade Riders should be able to maintain that chase at least for the time to get them to the edge of that white line. And in come the Eshin Triads charging on forward. They're going to be trying to deal with the Eternal Guard, and if they can finish off the Eternal Guard and leave Draika by herself, engage with infantry, the assassin, and the doom wheel, which is still sitting off in the distance, which is still very tired, so I think maybe just kind of gaining a bit of its vigor. But again, it is going to be very useful to have, even with it just its shot, just to be close by Drika. I think they definitely need to pull that doom wheel back into this engagement. The assassin's going to be charging on forward, trying to actually is able to connect with Drika, but the more damage that Drika takes, the higher her item is going to be getting. So right now, the Fanatic Resolve is at 2 right now, so that's plus 10 melee attack and base weapon damage for everything around her, but everything is just getting so low. Those Eternal Guard are starting to waver themselves, and with them going to be routing, that is going to leave just Drika all by herself, and I think that is going to be pushing balance of power, as I just don't think Drika is going to be able to avoid enough damage to really kind of be able to fight back. And that assassin hasn't taken any damage himself lately, is able to land a hit or two onto Drika, pushing that balance of power so very close to that edge. Eshin Triad's going to be charged in for a little bit of a rear charge, and we do get a Melkos Misfying Miasma doing a little bit of damage to those Triads, but Drika is on the verge of routing. She is still maintaining, able to rout off the Assassin though, and more units of the Skaven getting pulled back out of this engagement. The Clan Rats are getting low themselves, and Drika is actually able to regain a bit of her leadership. Wolf Rats with Poison coming in to the picture, and in comes the Doom Wheel, who ends up routing as well. The Doom Wheel just about to get close enough to start firing some shots in, and Drika is able to just maintain this fight. Drika is getting so very low, but still she is able to maintain, even as the balance is so very much against the Wood Elves, but everything on the Skaven side is routing. The Assassin coming in for his last try, and Drika ends up routing. That is so very close. Despite what the balance of power said, Drika almost caused a mass rout there to be able to pull that back. And oh man, that was very close. Drika able to get 1,000 in total damage value, but man, that was getting very close. She almost was enough there to finish things off. Like the Skaven, like the Doom Wheel routing, the Assassin routing, that was like almost like an uh-oh stage for the Skaven there, and almost turned it around. But as for the after battle report, man, these Wolf Rats with Poison getting 1,300 in total value. The rest of the units, 300, 600 there, 700, 900. So a lot of value from those Wolf Rats, doing rather well. Slingers, 600 on these guys, and these guys cost, I think, 225. Ashen Triads, or the Ishkas Triads, getting 860, 900 on them, 870. And even the Clan Rats actually doing some decent work between them. Assassins got some okay value, and then Ikit Claw not as much. As for the rest of the units, Glade Riders, that was probably one of the big misplays on, I think, the Wood Elf side. They had 2 or 3 of these Glade Riders really just get caught out early on without getting their charge, without really kind of maneuvering around those Wolf Rats, and they really needed those because they had all the necessary tools to deal with the Skaven. I think it's just unfortunate on that end. All the range units got some nice decent value, and then just kind of looking through the rest here real quick, 1,800 on this Waystalker, doing a lot of damage throughout the fight. Otherwise, that is going to be it for that match. Papa Palpatine is now going to be up to 2, so we'll update the right score as he takes his second win. So very close there. Three boulders in the dusk, the Bretonia Treb. Okay, so should we get the next person in here? Dr. Jellyfish should be next. Is that actually an ROR Trub? Isn't that one we made up? I'm not actually sure. The boulders in the dusk. Okay, that's made up. I'm not even going to bother looking at that. All right. So we got Dr. Jellyfish on his way for our next fight. And in the meantime, you can kind of go for our next map. Now, what is that one? I'm trying to think. There it is. Let's see. Where are you? There it is. Swamp of Terror. All right, just getting friend code over to Jellyfish so we can see the lobby. Okay, get the invite, and all right, should have him in the lobby momentarily, and then we'll be underway for our next fight. So let's see. Palpatine now is at 2 wins, I believe, or is it 3? Now I gotta switch over. Okay, so it is 2. I forgot what it was. So Papa Palpatine's at 2. The current streak is Riffle Shuffle at 4. And right now we have Dr. Jellyfish and Even Star are the last 2 on the list for the guaranteed plays. So after that, we are at about just under 3 hours now. So, I mean, we could probably go for a little bit longer into that list, depending on how things go. And then, I mean, especially if Papa Palpatine is able to finish off Dr. Jellyfish and Even Star, we are going to be getting into the reserves anyways, to see if he's able to pass Riffle Shuffle, or if Riffle Shuffle is going to be the one with the final lead. So both sides are in. All right, so Papa Palpatine is going to be going with Beastman, Greenskins, and Norska for his pick 3, and he's going to be banning Lizardmen. I imagine you could... Well, you might be able to win win the campaign on like the easiest difficulty. Unless you can't bring magic. If you can bring magic, you can do anything. Even enough cycle charging might be able to bring it down. So, let's see what Dr. Jellyfish is going to have for his picks and bans. So let's see, Beastman, Greenskin, Norska. The Beastman and Norska have quite a few counters to them. I imagine probably ban Greenskins just regardless of pick. Because against like Norska, I mean, Wood Elves wouldn't be bad. I mean, a lot of things are good against Norska now. Okay, so I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible if you can't win, if you can't use magic and it has to be on legendary. One lord's not going to be able to win that one. Unless you can modify, well, I mean, if you modify the game files, so the, like, the campaign victory condition is, like, win a battle, or just complete one turn, then you could do it. Oh, Hunter Manicus. Let's see, who's your favorite Chaos God? Well, Slaanesh is probably the most interesting with the craziness, and I had to be kind of... It took me a while to even find any sort of, I guess, artwork at all, because most of that is not safe for YouTube if I want to monetize the video. Otherwise, Khorne's always just fun with just the raw infantry. I mean, they're all fun in their own way. But I think in terms of just crazy units, I'd go Slaanesh. Horned Rat is no chaos god. Oh, so Jellyfish went Beastmen banned Greenskins. And then Papa Palpatine followed up with Greenskins. So it's going to be Beastmen versus Beastmen for our next fight. So let's see how the armies are faring so far. The Horned Rat is no god, because Skaven don't exist. How can a mythical race have a god if they don't exist? Can't say anything just yet, Shetland, on the builds. Just checking to make sure that they're following the rules of excess. Alright, Papa Palpatine's ready to go. Jellyfish still a little ways from getting readied up. Army's a little bit more bare bones. I need to refresh myself on the Beastmen lores of magic. Don't see them often enough. Well, it's the last one. It looks like Dr. Jellyfish is almost ready. Just needs to fulfill another unit or two, and I think we should be about good to go. Alright, just a little clarification on the army build, but almost ready to go. Almost. right, I think we are just about set. And we can get right on into our next game. Alright, so Beastmen versus Beastmen. As Papa Palpatine looks to make his streak 3 games and challenge Riffle Shuffle's streak of 4. Alright, switch that scene on over. Alright, looks like everyone's all loaded on in. So, for Dr. Jellyfish is going to be on the blue side. Is going to be bringing a Bray Shaman of Wild. Oh, I missed... Oh, no. Okay, so we got 2 Bray Shamans. We're still good. I thought I looked at the armies, but So Bray Shaman, one is bringing Vile Tide, Bray Scream, and Jagged Dagger. The other one is just the base unit. So while satisfying the results, the rules still has... could probably have just dropped on the Jagged Dagger if you're just going to be throwing it into melee. Otherwise, we have Morgur the Shadowgave, going to be bringing Spirit Essence of Chaos, as well as the Staff of Ruinous Corruption, so a couple of Chaos spawns coming from him. As for the rest of the army, is going to be like a full Vanguard, pretty much. So we have Gore Herd, Ungore Herd for that front line, going to be mixed into that front line. And then for the quick mobility, we are going to be having Centaurs, we have Chaos Warhounds, Centaurs with throwing axes, all mixed in on the flanks here for that mobility. So we're going to have tons of nice quick speed on that side. And now as for the other Beastmen being led by Papa Palpatine, going to have quite a bit of mobility as well. So we have a couple of units of Centaurs. We have some Ungor Spearman herds way up in the vanguard here. A couple more Centaurs and Spears on the other side. And then for the core infantry, it is going to be Ungor Spearman herd. Going to be looking to take the brunt of the assault. Well, if we take a look into the back line here, we do have 3 regular Chaos spawn, and then it is going to be some Ungor Raiders for a little bit of range units. We have some more Gore Herds in the back, and then for the Lord, it is going to be Malagor, the Dark Omen, and Malagor is going to be bringing... Take a quick little swing over that way. So we have Traitorkin, so nice damage to combatants there. We have Bray Scream, as well as Vile Tide mixed in with Bestial Surge, and Unholy Power for his kit. And that is going to wrap things up for both of the Beastmen roster. So with both of these factions being very much of a vanguard, it is going to be a very short distance to the other side. But the mobility advantage definitely is going to be on Dr. Jellyfish's side. He has a ton more Centaurs than Papa Palpatine. So I think that definitely is going to be playing a big role here, especially if the Ungors and all the other units on Papa Palpatine's side is not going to be able to catch up to the Centaurs. Then they're just going to get slowly picked apart bit by bit. Otherwise, both sides look like they're ready to go. Going to be a very short distance here between Spearmen and the Centaurs. It looks like they're going to actually elect to just take that charge right away before the Centaurs on the other side from Papa Palpatine are able to respond. So getting a nice little bit of damage here. Spearmen are able to get a little bit of shots into those Centaurs. But now the Centaurs are going to be in hot pursuit, but there is plenty of units to help assist this little pocket here. The Centaurs are throwing axes and all of it. So a little mutual charge here across the board. But there is more units on Dr. Jellyfish's side because he has those Chaos Warhounds, but they are just getting torn apart by that charge from the Centaurs. They are getting some shots in from the throwing axes into these units. But all in all, it looks like Papa Palpatine actually traded fairly decently on that side of things. Now, if we swing over on to the other side, it looks like things are going a little bit more evenly here as the Centaurs are getting taken out from one of his Papa Palpatine, but the other one has taken a bit of damage. But overall, I think Dr. Jellyfish traded much better on this side of things. But now the center engagement is going to be underway. Now, these Chaos Spawn definitely going to be doing a lot better here. And honestly, Dr. Jellyfish may have benefited quite a bit from just kind of slowly kiting away. We have the Bray Shaman kind of just cycling around into the backline, getting into the Ungor Raiders here, as Malagor the Dark Omen is going to be trying to get a few hits in himself as we get a little Vile Tide or Bray Scream, I think is what that one goes off here. Do a nice little bit of damage there. Actually, yeah, Vile Tide, I believe, is the explosion one. Backline Centaurs throwing axe is going to be finishing off those Centaurs, while the other Centaurs from Papa Palpatine kind of clearing up on this far flank, while all the Ungor Raiders are in a nice little position to get some shots in on the Centaurs throwing axes. And it looks like Malagor or Morgur was trying to get his Chaos Spawn summon off, but it looked like that was ended up canceling. That would have actually been a fairly nice use of it, been able to kind of push back these Ungor Raiders, who are doing a nice amount of damage to those Centaurs, and a nice little breath here into the back of Papa Palpatine's troops, as they do take a nice bit of damage here, especially these Ungor Raiders who got a little too close to that front line, going to be taking that attack with the rest of the units, and that Bray Shaman of Wild able to shut down these Ungor Raiders, and now that Chaos Spawn summon goes off right on top of these Ungor Raiders, and a little late though, unfortunately, those Centaurs with throwing axes did kind of get pushed off, and now the Chaos Spawn though from Papa Palpatine going to be jumping on top of Morgur, trying to pin him in place as he's going for Malagor here. Looks like this is going to be Traitorkin coming in from Malagor, doing a nice bit of damage and slowing them down as well, so minus 24% speed is going to be allowing these Chaos Spawn to do a nice bit of work for Papa Palpatine, while the Chaos Spawn summon now is going to have to try and turn their attention to try and free up their Bray Shaman and the Morgur here. Now this Bray Shaman is just the one on foot, so not really much of a problem there. As for the rest of the side of things, more things are getting depleted from Dr. Jellyfish's side, so the initial trade was pretty even on this flank, though it looks like Papa Palpatine is going to be winning out on this side bit by bit, especially with these Chaos Spawn able to get on top of those with those Centaurs throwing axes, and that center rank, though, is really where most of the battle is going to be decided, where the Lords and Heroes are all kind of making their stand, while one in the Bray Shaman getting shot to pieces by the Ungor Raiders, and Malagor is trying to get on top of the Bray Shaman on the chariot, as he gets a nice little Wildtide right into the middle of those Ungor Raiders, doing some nice bit of damage there. But it now is just all of the summons for Dr. Jellyfish now is going to be on the field, both of which is just engaging with the Chaos Spawn, and really this is pretty decent here for Dr. Jellyfish. I mean, these are summons and they are staying engaged in melee, doing some nice damage here, not really chasing down anything or kind of pinning things in, which is kind of a raw damage here, whittling down the Chaos Spawn and the rest of the infantry for Papa Palpatine. But the Bray Shaman of Wild, though, the one with all of the spells, is going to be getting routed off. All of the shots coming in from these Ungor Raiders is able to do enough damage, and with Malagor as well was able to kind of finish them off. So despite losing one of the Ungor Raiders, being able to kind of push back the Bray Shaman of Wild was a very nice trade-off for Papa Palpatine. So on this far side, both of the Centaurs with throwing axes are able to kind of deal with some more of the mobility, but they are getting a little caught out themselves. And that was definitely something that the forces for Dr. Jellyfish really need to kind of play into their favor, is that they had that mobility advantage, but really the Centaurs throwing axes just need to try and get as much shots in as they can, but everything else is just kind of slowly getting grinded down bit by bit. Dr. Jellyfish has been forced to kind of engage with his own ranged units, trying to shut down these Ungor Raiders, while these guys are continuing to take more and more shots from this unit off onto the side, and all these guys are sitting nice in terms of ammunition, and with just the mobility getting chunked down on Dr. Jellyfish's side, nothing can really, I guess, contend with those units. I mean, even Morgur here is just kind of caught in the middle of just a bunch of units, but there is a pile of dead Chaos Spawn here from both of those summons, and as well from the Chaos Spawn on the other side of things. But Morgur really does not look like he's going to be getting out of this fight. He does have regeneration, but if he does end up routing here, I don't think that there's going to be much hope for him to be able to stay engaged. And yeah, that is going to be army losses here, as Papa Palpatine is able to kind of pull through in this engagement. So despite having that lack of mobility, Papa Palpatine is able to pull on forward, as he is going to be taking another win. So now he is going to be at 3 wins, going in with his battle against Evenstar for the last fight. Just taking a look at chat here real quick. All right, so let's take a look at the results from both sides. So on Papa Palpatine's side, let's take a look at the spawn here. So not doing a ton of it, but a couple of them getting 800, 700. I mean, these guys had all of their units left in the end. All the regular Centaurs, one of them getting 1100, 800 on those guys, 700. So that's a nice value. Ungor Raiders also getting some decent values, but really these Gore herds, 500, 677, 767. These guys did actually really well. Even the Ungor Spearman herd, 600 on them. I mean, especially against if they're engaged with Chaos Spawn. Chaos Spawn don't really have a whole lot of armor, so they're going to be able to able to chip through a lot of that damage anyways. As for Dr. Jellyfish's side of things, just kind of looking through Centaurs, they did rather decently themselves. The throwing axes variant, regular Centaurs doing decently as well, 650, 800, not quite as good as the Centaurs on Pop-Up Palpatine's side. And really, despite the mobility advantage, Dr. Jellyfish just wasn't quite able to capitalize on that. While the Brace Shaman Wild Eye, it has to be the one with all the spells, got 1300, so a nice little bit of value on that. Morgor getting 500, but mostly his summons was kind of this big weight in this fight. That's going to be it for that one. And now it is going to be Even Star for the last one of the guaranteed, and we are sitting right at that 3 hours. So we'll see how things do go, because we have at least 2 games left, regardless of how this one shakes out. I should have him on my friends list, so I should be able to just invite him. Let's see. There he is. All right. Let's get the next map lined up. So Evenstar has joined the lobby. So we'll see how things go. I think at this point, with a 3-hour mark, about 3 o'clock on my side. Let's see, what do we want to do for the map? Yeah, we'll go with Summer Song. All right. So Papa Palpatine is fighting for his chance to take that streak off of Riffle Shuffle. He still has to win the next 2 games. So for the next one, because we are going to be having another fight regardless of who wins here. So we'll take a quick little look on who is next after Evenstar. So we have, okay, Bobman told me he couldn't make it. So Legatus Leonidas is going to be next on the list. And after that is Takoyaki Katam and Mr. Overlord. For those, if you're in chat, then just kind of stay around if we are going to need you for a game or two. Alright, so Papa Palpatine is going to be going with Chaos, Greenskin, Skaven, and banning Counts. So, yeah, it's a pretty good ban there. Counts is good against all 3 of those factions. So we'll see what Evenstar is going to be going with. Let's see, so Chaos, Greenskins, and Skaven. Let's see, Lizardmen. Lizardmen wouldn't be a bad choice. Lizardmen ban Skaven. They're good against Greenskins, and I think they're fairly decent against Chaos. Alright, Evenstar still thinking about his picks and bans, though. I thinking about maybe going in Norska. I know they're good against Skaven, but I think they're pretty disadvantaged against Chaos and Greenskins. Even though with Chaos Norska, it's probably as close to a mirror you're going to get across two different factions. Just Chaos generally is going to have the stronger lords. They have the stronger monsters against your monsters, where your skin wolves are really the only big benefit. Though the Horsemasters, Horsemen, they all have the rage ability that Chaos does not. Though most of the time they're not going to be engaged in melee, so you really don't see that advantage being applicable. But he hasn't confirmed it just yet. I'm just thinking about some builds, seeing... But he's going to be going Norska, banning Chaos. So that's going to be leaving Greenskins as a most likely pick. Skaven is definitely doable, but Norska, with just their infantry, their berserkers, all their marauders, and especially having that access to Lore of Fire, is definitely going to be rather beneficial at just kind of clearing out Skaven very quickly and getting into those just like mortars to globadiers, any other range units. It's really kind of what Skaven struggle with when they are facing off against Norska. The mammoths themselves can also be quite a problem, especially when you don't have the tools necessary to deal with it. We'll see what Papa Palpatine is going to be going with. Looks like it is going to be with Greenskins, by the looks of things. Most of the more kind of expected pick here. And then we'll kind of see how both armies are going to be progressing, and then we'll be getting underway and see if Palpatine is able to take the series up to, or his streak to 4. Yeah, Papa Palpatine is going to be going Greenskins here. See how both sides going to be going with their armies. Should be good fun. Definitely opens up some nice possibilities for Norska, though. Probably one of the factions that probably benefits a bit more from this rule set. It is going to allow them to maybe go for a little bit more heavy with the for the mammoths, since it does increase their limit, and it does actually kind of waive that restriction with the Soul Crusher. But it is also going to be a bit of a hindrance to them, because it is going to force them to bring 2 casters if they want magic at all, considering they don't have a caster lord. It's obviously going to be Wulfric or Throg here. Either one probably is fairly decent, but having to bring 2 casters, not the worst thing. Femur Balefiends can be rather useful, even in melee, because they do have that armor sundering, they have magical attacks, so they're no slouches in melee, so they're not a complete waste of a unit, though they are rather expensive in that regards. And if you are worried about one maybe getting sniped out, though from Greenskins it's not too much of a factor. They don't have that many tools that can help snipe one out. I mean, they do have, I think, Vindictive Glare, and then like Gaze of Mork and stuff like that, which you can combine. Actually, well, yeah, you technically can if you bring Wurzeg and then the casters on foot. Oh, looks like a fun build. Even Star maybe have gone away for a second. He's not building an army just yet, so... Oh, okay, so there we go. He was just looking through some of his builds then. Dogs have almost been too quiet today.
Alright, so yeah, even started just loaded up one of his pre-save builds, so just have to make it fit with the rules of excess. Alright, it's just finalizing the Norskin build here to kind of make it align, and then we should be ready to go. And then, yeah, this will be whoever wins this fight. I think with the time we're at right now, we'll just go until they lose. And then if either of them end up at 4 as their final number, then we will bring in Riffle Shuffle if he's still around, and then we'll get them to do a one-on-one if they end up tying. But otherwise, yeah, it'll be one of these two will probably be the last ones playing today. Just however many people to play. So as I think for the next people lined up, just kind of go over this real quick, is so after Even Star, Legatus, Takoyaki, Katam, Mr. Overlord, Deadly Bunnies, and Yumeis are those kind of down the line. So if you guys are around, you guys will be called upon. Otherwise, we'll just start kind of pulling people in if that list dries up, if people aren't available to play. Because I think we had 25 total people and a few people weren't able to play. So we're still sitting around 20 people total on the list. So 10 more farther down. Yeah, he starts still finalizing his build, making a few changes, going through a few iterations. But yeah, we should be underway any minute here. All right, well, almost set. Still a couple units to figure out here, and then we'll be, yeah, starting our Almost. Just another minute. Hopefully won't be too much longer here. And I think we are set? Question mark? Alright, well. Once they load in, I'll let the dog, or once they ready up, I'll load on in and we'll quick let the dogs out before the game gets underway. Both sides ready. So, let's load on in, and I will be right back. Okay, just in time for them to load on in. Alright, so for the Norskins, we are going to have triple Marauder Horsemen, we have triple Marauder Berserkers, and then there's going to be also 3 of the regular Marauders for the front lines, fairly heavy on the infantry rush. We're also going to be having 3 armored skin wolves, and these are a very good unit, I think, here against the Skaven. They, unlike their regular cousins of just the normal skin wolves, these guys do have 70 armor. They have bonus versus large, so they will do very well against like skin wolves, or not skin wolves, the wolf rats, even the ones that can bypass their physical resist. Because then that just really does help with that mobility game. Because the regular skin wolves, they really do actually struggle a little bit against them. Catch my breath here just a little bit here. We also are going to be seeing 2 units of the Shaman Sorcerers of Fire. One has Fireball, and the other one is going to be bringing Burning Head. So yeah, Burning Head and Fireball between the 2 of them. And really bringing 2 casters here isn't necessarily a bad choice, even without these restrictions, because then, because Skaven actually can snipe out things, especially with like the It Gets Zap Zap. And then we have Wolfric the Wanderer. He's going to be on horseback. He is going to be bringing the Sword of Torgold, as well as Seafang, Standard Die, and Hunter of Champion and Fighter Die. So that gives that additional melee attack and leadership. As for the Greenskins, it is going to be a triple Arachnarok Spider. So we have the Goblin Great Shaman on 1, and then we have the Arachnarok Queen and a regular. We have a bunch of Goblins, and then we have Night Goblins as well. I believe these are all the Fanatics, and then it is going to be 4 Scotland Spider Riders in that front for the skirmish, and that is going to be it for the army on the Greenskin side. So the Norsekin is going to be charge. Actually, why did I think this was against Skaven? No, this is against Greenskin. So against Greenskins, there's not usually a whole lot to worry about for the sniping here. I don't know why I was thinking Greenskins, or again thinking Skaven, but yeah, this is against the Greenskins. And so all of these Arachnarok Spiders, this is going to be a bit of a, oh, and we get a little bit of a slowdown there. Hopefully things kind of clear up, but we are going to be getting a little Burning Head going through these Gobos, but these are just Goblin Spears, so it's not really going to be generating that much value. And really all of these Night Goblins, actually these guys are visible here, so really those would have been the much better target. We also are going to be getting a Seafang as well, going to be going right on down here, going to be doing a little bit of damage to these Goblins, but the Great Shaman and the Arachnarok Spider is doing a nice bit of damage to Wolfric. You also have Gork will fix it, reducing that speed of Wolfric, kind of keeping him in place. But unfortunately, these armored skin wolves are going to be able to hold back both of these spiders to kind of keep them from engaging with Wolfric. And now Fighter Die is popped, giving that additional melee attack and that leadership is really going to allow this blob of units to trade very well. But Fanatics going right through all these units and hitting these Berserkers, doing a nice bit of damage there. But really, these Arachnarok Spiders have not taken any damage at all from all of these armored skin wolves. really bonus versus large, and they're just not really able to chunk through it. The rest of the infantry, though, is really quickly making work of all of the goblins. They're going to be quickly breaking those very fast. I mean, spider hatchlings as well, going down, trying to kind of muck things up, getting some more poison in the mix, as these fanatics are just going to be raking through all of these berserkers. But this is going to be the engagement that really matters here. Getting another burning head, going to be going through these night goblins, hopefully going to be taking these guys down nice and low. They are able to rout them, but their HP is still sitting nice and healthy, and as well as these other goblins. So that is going to be eliminating the infantry support for these Arachnarok spiders. And the Arachnarok spiders, they struggle quite a bit with their leadership. So these the Goblin Great Shaman's routing, the other Arachnarok spider is getting very low as well. Now the wall goes off, giving that addition to that immune psychology. They're going to be trying to keep these guys in, to keep those Arachnarok spiders in the fight, and these Marauder Horsemen are going to be in hot pursuit of this Goblin Great Shaman, keeping that thing away from this engagement. And a couple of the Norskin units looks to be forgotten a little bit on the fringes here, and all of these Gobble units are really going to be a bit of a problem here, just as that Goblin Great Shaman likes to kind of route in different directions here, and is actually going probably in one of the better locations it possibly could, to kind of really just drag all these Marauder Horsemen through every single unit that is left. Now, the other Arachnarok spider is going to be routing as well. Those armored skin wolves able to get a nice bit of damage off on this one. This one is sitting quite a bit lower than the Lord is, as the Lord is trying to come back. But Wolfric the Wanderer is also going to be in hot pursuit, as the unit's just trying to get as close to this Goblin Great Shaman as possible. And the Greenskins are throwing everything that they can to make sure that this Goblin Great Shaman is not going to be coming back. But it does return to the fight, and that is going to be very good for the Goblin, or for the Greenskins, as that fireball comes in. Actually, he's going to completely miss. I don't think that did any damage at all to that Goblin Great Shaman. We do get an overcast Vindictive Glare going off, doing a ton of damage to Wolfric the Wanderer, and Don't Even Try It is also popped, and that might just finish him off. 28 health right now, and down he goes. Wolfric falls to the Vindictive Glare and the Don't Even Try It, doing a ton of damage to him, and that is it for those the lore of boats. There is still going to be burning heads, and fireballs going to be coming in and out, as the Arachnarok Queen trying to finish off all of these Marauder Horsemen and the armored skin wolves. And really, those armored skin wolves going to be slowly regenerating, and it's probably going to be the biggest problem here for the Greenskins. The other Arachnarok spider was actually able to return to the fight, and has actually dealt with one of the armored skin wolves on that far side of things. And the rest of them are all going to be regrouping around the Goblin Great Shaman, as another fireball arcs its way in. This time it is going to connect with that big Arachnarok spider. Somehow the other one did end up missing. I think we're going to be getting another Vindictive Glare, this time going right into the middle of things, trying to get as much damage in onto these armored skin wolves. And really, they are the biggest threat, so really trying to go after them, probably a good idea, because I mean, you still have like the casters you could target as well. But the armored skin wolves are the biggest threat to your big spiders, as the rest of all of the infantry comes charging on in, trying to finish things off. Take a look at, okay, just say ready, good luck, have fun. Looks like we have some units fleeing on the sides, as the armored skin wolves were trying to get some help from these horsemen. Well, unfortunately, the Force Common Spider Riders might actually be able to finish off both of those units on the far side. The wall goes off, and the Greenskins are pulling that balance of power back. The Norskins were actually ahead for the longest time, but these spiders are just refusing to stay off the field. And I mean, having the Lord come back there was such a big help for the Greenskins here, because otherwise I think that Norskin may have had it, and especially with that snipe on Wolfric the Wanderer, had he still been around, may have be a completely different story. Arachnarok Spider still staying in it, as everything else. The caster is going to be routing here, and that one is the fireball variant. Well, the other one is also routing, so both of the casters now for Norska are routing, and it looks like Papa Palpatine with the Greenskins is going to be able to take this next game. So now it is going to be streaks of 4 for both Papa Palpatine and for Riffle Shuffle, which is now going to come down to this next game. If Papa Palpatine is able to win the next one, then he is going to be the champion of Slaanesh. Otherwise, he's going to be facing off against Riffle Shuffle for that tiebreaker. Now, for the Greenskins, the Erector Queen doing rather well with the other Direct Spire 1300, and the Goblin Great Shaman getting 2200, and a lot of that I think was on that Vindictive Glare onto Wolfric, doing so much damage, able to finish the job there. All of the Fanatics, I mean the Fanatics at 854 on the 8-peak Loonies, the other Fanatics doing some decent work as well, and then all of the Forest Goblin Spider Riders getting a bunch of value between them. As for the Norskins, the Armored Skin was 1700 on those guys, 1000 and 500 on those, but they did some pretty decent work. All of the Marauder Horsemen did all right, and like the Berserkers unfortunately didn't do quite as well. Burning Head did decent work, and then Wolfric only 500. But here is going to be a potential tiebreaker if Papa Palpatine is not able to clean shop here. All right, so now the streak is going to be 4-4. So let's see. Next one I said was Legatus Leonidas. We'll see if he is around. Who else was the next one? Takoyaki. All right. So, yeah, with that, longest streak that was tied between Riffle Shuffle and Papa Palpatine. As we wait to see who is... Okay, so Takoyaki's online. I haven't heard from Legatus. It says he's offline, so if Takoyaki is on, then we'll have you slide on in. Yeah, sitting at 3.5 hours. Don't think we have enough time to allow anyone to try for another streak of 5 or greater. So yeah, it'll be Papa Palpatine or it'll be Riffle Shuffle who's going to be winning. So this next matchup is going to be Papa Palpatine versus Takoyaki. And let's see, what map do we want to do for the last one? Let's see, what's a good chaos map? Central Chaos Waste? I don't like that one. There's another one. Southern Chaos Waste, I think it is. There we go. Alright, so the only caveat here is Papa Palpatine cannot take greenskins again. So it'll be something else for his pick 3. And this is going to be not necessarily an all or nothing. If he does lose, he still will have a chance to best Riffle Shuffle again. But it will be against him himself if he's online. If not, then we'll have to play that offline and I'll have to stream that at a different time. If otherwise, I'll message him to see if he's online or not. Alright, seeing if he's around. If he is, great. If not, we'll make it work. So we're going to be playing on Southern Chaos Waste, a rather open, very open map. We have to do something chaos for the final match, or potentially final match. If Palpatine loses, we'll have to find another chaos map. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if Palpatine goes with his chaos anyways. I hope he does have him in his pick 3 at least. It'd be very fitting to win as chaos. Could make them play as chaos if they tie anyways. Well, Riffle Shuffle will play if Palpatine loses. Because then the streaks are tied. So Palpatine has Chaos Wood Elves and Dwarves banning greenskins. It's very strong factions. Well, they do both have 4 wins now. But if he loses, they both end up with the same streak. So then, because Riffle Shuffle lost his 5th game, so Papa Palpatine gets his chance to play on the list, and then if both streaks ended at the same spot, then they will face off in a 1v1 for the tiebreaker. Oh, interesting. Takoyaki is going to be picking dwarves. So Papa Palpatine picked Chaos, Wood Elves, and Dwarves, banned greenskins. Takoyaki banned Chaos and went with Dwarves. Dwarf mirror it is. So for... Will Papa Palpatine win? But it's going to have to be done with a dwarf mirror on a large map. So we'll see how this is going to work out. See who's more familiar with this. It can be an interesting mirror, or it's going to be an artillery shootout. Let's see. Oof. Actually, this mirror generally isn't a artillery shootout. This is actually usually a rush versus a rush. You'll often see giant slayers. Gun lines, but it's going to be mostly like infantry. Artillery usually isn't what you see in this matchup. Why can't I see that? Yeah, I'll private message him, and like I can see that he has his name in the lobby, but in the list I can't see it. Okay, just a little clarification on the build. And we'll be underway pretty soon. Just double check on Palp's army. Make sure that that's all okay. Looks good to me. Oh yeah, VC mirror is worse. Well, it depends on if it's Slayers with great weapons. Regular Slayers aren't that useful here. Yeah, with VC, it's just a big slog between one and the other and who can kill the other Mortis. Just clarifying builds right now. Now, yeah, Beligar Ghost is nice if you can pick the sub-faction. But, yeah, for the most part, you don't... It's especially in a pick 3. You can counter it with Beligar's faction, but if you pick into that, it's a lot harder to do. Like, for a pick 3, because you can't, like, go with Clan Angrund, because you lose out on quite a bit if you're limiting yourself off the get-go to that. Yeah, if both sides go for like an artillery duel, then yeah, this matchup can go for a very long time, Nate. But otherwise, it's not that bad. in terms of time. Of course, this is on one of the larger maps. Southern Chaos Waste isn't that small. At least it's not like MP Peak Pass. And both sides have a long way to run. Okay, so I'll update the score as well, because it is 4 on Palpatine as well. Ungrim Drakite. Well, that is the one thing with the dwarves, is one can't really catch the other dwarf. Unless you have slayers. So, for both sides here, we are loaded in. Let's get the... There we go. A little smoother. Let's see. So, on blue is Takoyaki. So, Takoyaki is going to have miners for the front line. Now, the miners do have armor piercing. While they are relatively cheap overall, they don't have the miners with blasting charges. And against dwarves, you don't really need blasting charges anyways. It's not going to do a whole lot. And then as dwarf warriors with great weapons across the back line. I think it's mixed in with some longbeards with great weapons as well. So all armor piercing on that side. And then is going to be a heavy Thunderer line with Belegar Ironhammer for the Lord. And he is bringing one item. He does have the Mighty Oath Stone, which gives 24 melee defense and expert charge defense. And that affects areas in range, and it does last for 25 seconds. But that is going to be it for Takoyaki. Very straightforward. It is just all armor-piercing units, Thunderers, great weapons, miners, and that is going to be the army. As for the forces for Papa Palpatine, it is going to be miners with blasting charges for that front line. And against like miners, they might be able to do okay. So like if you take a look at the stats on the miners, if I can find any of them. So the miners have 80 armor versus like Longbeards, which have 100. But yeah, still overall against Dawi, I don't think blasting charges do that much. We do have Bugman's Rangers mixed in with Rangers with great weapons, and these guys have very nice armor piercing. They have armor piercing in melee as well. So when they do use up their ammunition, they can still provide a little bit of assistance. Bugsman Rangers, good counter fire against Rangers, but for against like just the heavy armor of the dwarves, maybe not as much. But they still have some decent missile strength to boot on top of that. And then behind them, it is going to be Giant Slayers. So this is going to be the Dawi Cavalry. These guys do have 40 speed versus like the Dawi's normally 28 or kind of around that benchmark. But so these guys have that armor piercing bonus versus large, which isn't really going to be any effect here. But their extra speed and that armor piercing really does help, and them being unbreakable. The Lord is just the Dawi Lord. Nothing on him. Very, very cheap. Just going to be a distraction for the opponents. But that is going to be it. So already the guns open up against the miners with blasting charges, doing a bunch of quick change it to skilled. A lot of so initial fire, and the Thunderers now are going to be falling back behind their own lines as all of the Bugsman Rangers going to be firing up, getting a nice little bit of volley into the backline. Miners with blasting charges opening up. Actually, it did do quite a bit of good damage. I wasn't really expecting the blasting charges to do quite that well. Not so much good damage across some of the other fronts, but that initial volley did okay work. But now the Dwarf Warriors with great weapons and the Longbeards with great weapons are going to be trading a lot better now into these miners, now that they've used up all their ammunition. And now the Rangers are just going to have to try and pluck away at the rest of it, but there is just so many units on Takoyaki's side, and these Thunderers are just going to be opening up, doing a bunch of damage. These Giant Slayers are going to have to put in a ton of work to try and deal with the other Dawi forces. The Rangers need to stay alive, try and get some shots, but all of these Thunderers are just teeing up on the opponents, and there's just so many, there's more infantry units on Takoyaki's side, so they are being able to find holes into the formation, but the Giant Slayers able to break down those Dwarf Warriors with great weapons very fast, are now making a beeline for those Thunderers, and they are breaking units across that board, and it's going to be starting to try and get into the gun line, and that is going to be where Papa Palpatine is going to be able to turn the tide. But right now, he is a little on his back foot. Bugman's Rangers are being kind of chased back by these Dwarf Warriors, but that is allowing his other Bugman's Rangers to get some shots in. Rangers with great weapons turning their attention to these miners coming in, should be able to finish them off, especially with these Giant Slayers now being freed up on that side. So these Giant Slayers really are putting in a lot of good work, and they are unbreakable, so they're going to be very hard to kind of keep away from these Thunderers, and they have done remarkably well. But this flank over here is doing a lot better for Takoyaki. These sides are really kind of finding holes in that line. Belegar's pushing back these Bugman's Rangers, and all of the Rangers with great weapons, which have used up very little of their ammunition. It is going to be very painful for Papa Palpatine to be losing those, but so are the Thunderers, who are also taking a bunch of damage in, and a lot of their armor piercing, while it will do some decent damage to these Giant Slayers, is going to be a little less cost effective than a lot of the other units coming in. So these Giant Slayers doing well, shutting down these Thunderers, chasing off these guys, and now the other units are starting to chase down themselves. They have very healthy Giant Slayers over there, kind of finishing off these Longbeards. So the steam of Takoyaki's side is kind of being drawn apart and stretched across the field away from the support of their Thunderers. So Papa Palpatine is doing fairly well, getting some shots in where he can, pulling back. I mean, I think the Bugsman Rangers have more speed, so they have 33 speed versus the 26 of Longbeards, so they will be able to continually kite away from these guys, slowly but surely drawing down the opposing sides, while all of the Giant Slayers are getting on top of the Thunderers, and that is what the Thunderers need to be doing. I think the Thunderers are turning their attention, so trying to shut down both of these units, and even if these Longbeards get in, I think these Giant Slayers are going to have an easy time finishing them off. And the only pocket that has gone well for Takoyaki is kind of consolidating themselves off on the side, making sure that these Rangers, the Great Weapons, are being chased off, and then the rest of it's getting pulled apart long ways from their range support, as these Giant Slayers are just mowing through the armor of the Longbeards here, quickly taking them down, while they are getting some crossfire shots from these Thunderers into the Giant Slayers as they are in hot pursuit of the other unit, but they will not be able to continue firing long once these Longbeards with great weapons goes down. And really, yeah, the Thunderers on the far side have been able to kind of come back as the Giant Slayers kind of focusing their attention elsewhere. These Giant Slayers are getting very low, I think, with what is on this side of things for Takoyaki. These Giant Slayers are going to fall, but the rest of the units are going to be getting pushed off on this side. And then just the consolidation of forces from Takoyaki on this far side, and let's try and keep his Thunderers alive and away from those Giant Slayers, who are getting really low themselves, but they are doing quite a lot of good work, able to chase back these Thunderers. And this the health on these Longbeards with the great weapons should be enough to maintain against these Giant Slayers. So the Giant Slayers are taking quite a bit of damage throughout this fight. Balance power is still dead even at this point. The only thing that I think is maybe of a larger concern to Takoyaki is just all of the forces on this far side. The Bugman's Rangers, they are sitting very nice in terms of ammunition. Now, they won't get that much damage in. I mean, like even the Thunderers, they have 80 armor themselves, but they are going to just be continually hounded by Thunderers, or by the Giant Slayers, even down to the last unit. This one is going to fall, so 2 of the Giant Slayers now, I believe, have completely been taken out of the picture, and the other remaining ones are fairly low in terms of overall health. I'm trying to see where. There's one here, that one's gone, and I think that is it for the Giant Slayers from what I can see. So these Giant Slayers are able to finish off one more Thunderer unit, but these other 2 are going to be able to maintain a constant crossfire into these Giant Slayers, while these Thunderers are going, or the Longbeards are going to be able to peel these guys off pretty easily. And there's a bunch of infantry coming left, so I don't think that these Giant Slayers are going to be getting onto any more of the Thunderers. They might get a few more shots in on these guys, but it won't be long before the rest of the infantry is able to really bog these guys down. I'm just trying to think, is there any other Giant Slayers left? I don't think there's any more. So it is down to Bugman's Rangers and the Lord for the Papa Palpatine side, as everything else is just I just don't think the Giant Slayers have enough steam left in them to pull things back. Yeah, exactly. Takoyaki has too much stuff left here. These Giant Slayers, while they are very good armor piercing, they have very low armor, I mean, no armor. They have 0 armor themselves, so they're just going to get brought down. They have 640. They're dropping very quickly. Bellegarde's going to be able to finish them off. Mighty Oathstone giving them melee defense as well. It's going to help keep these guys nice and healthy. And once those Giant Slayers are gone, I think that is completely it. There's one unit on this side that's, I think, routing, and otherwise, I think it is down to just the Bugman's Rangers and the Lord for the side on Papa Palpatine. And against like Thunderers, they're just not going to be able to trade well enough into them. The Thunderers are just going to they all have way too much ammunition, and just all the infantry now is just going to be able to either stand in front of these guys, and I think they're just going to be able to just trade shots with these Bugman's Rangers and should come out on top. But especially with all of the pressure being put on by these Longbeards, these guys do not have 360 fire, and so they're not going to be able to fire if they're being chased. And I think, yeah, at this point, that is pretty much going to be it. I mean, even though balance of power is fairly even, it is now starting to edge more and more into Takeyaki's favor. He is able to start peeling off some units as they do approach. Like, these Longbeards are probably not going to be able to make it to that front line. He could probably focus down these miners, but in all that time that he's doing so, he is taking a ton of fire from these Thunderers, who are all just teeing up on these Bugman's Rangers, and the Bugman's Rangers just don't have enough ammunition to break through all of the armor left. This is kind of almost what you kind of get when you're playing as Empire against Dawi. Even though you have these units left, they just don't have the armor piercing to break through all of these Thunderers, and just the Dawi are going to outlast their counterpart, as Takeyaki's going to end the streak of Papa Palpatine. By the looks of things, I don't think there's any other way for this to go back towards Papa Palpatine's side. Now with the Bugman's Rangers routing, or wavering at this point, and just the unyielding fire, Papa Palpatine is going to concede, ending his streak. But that means it is going to be a face-off now between Papa Palpatine and Riffle Shuffle for the final spot. Let's take a look at the after-battle report, though, real quick anyways. So, Bugman's Rangers, 600, 700, 500, and then really the biggest problem, I think, was the Rangers. They got taken out without using much of their ammunition, and they got a decent amount of value. They've only used up a few volleys themselves. So had these guys been maybe a little bit more reserved, or just been more protected by the Giant Slayers, I think that could have been a very different engagement, because Giant Slayers 1,000, 1,000, I mean 1,000 maybe across the board, and they still didn't even pay for themselves, because I think Giant Slayers are 1,100 or 13. I can't remember exactly what the cost is on those. So now, third tiebreaker out of 4 tournaments. So as for the Thunderers, 1,000, and these guys cost 700, 1,200 on those guys. Longbeards with great weapons, not really able to get that much value, but just having just so much infantry, high armor infantry as well, it just those Giant Slayers just got dragged down. Belagar Lord not really getting a whole lot, but that is going to be it for that fight. But that does mean we have one more game left to do, and that means it is the tiebreaker. So I'll invite Riffle Shuffle in. I think he was on my friends list. Let's find him. Okay, so he just started up the game, so I think he's coming. Oh, which means I should be able to see him on the friends list. There he is. Alright, so we need another Chaos map. Now I can probably look. How much are Giant Slayers? Giant Slayers are 1,200. Okay. Dragon Black is 1,200 as well. All right. So Riffle Shuffle is on his way. Just said one sec. Oh, there he is. So now we got to decide how the pick 3 is going to work. So I think since Riffle Shuffle was the first one on the hill, he will get his first pick, or he will pick 3. Alright, so let's see, what do we have left? Let's see, a good map. Let's see. What's a good chaos map that's left? Sea of Chaos Isle. I don't think those are any good. Those are bad. Shigar Stand? I don't think... Essence of Chaos. Is that any good? No, I don't think so. That's a Wood Elf map anyways. Because we did Pillar of Bone already. Wait, Pillar of Bone isn't Chaos, though. No, it is. We just did Southern Chaos Wastes. That was the last map we did, Hank. Though we could just do it again. It's probably the best Chaos map. Northern Chaos Waste isn't any good. Though we might just go with that. There's not a whole lot of good Chaos maps. Yeah, well, because I thought there was some... There might be another, I guess, technical Pillar of Bone up in the Chaos map. Is Cliff of Beasts? No, I think that's... Central Chaos Waste, because that's that one which also isn't that good. We'll just do Southern Chaos Waste again. I need to end it on a Chaos map. I can't have it any other way. So Riffle Shuffle is going to be picking first, considering he was first on the hill. So Shadow and the Blade. Let's see. Which one was that? So I think I have the maps. Let's see, what do we got? Darkfire Pass, Black Ark Landing, Gleaming Oasis, and Thief's Hideout. I think are the three maps from Shadow, the 4 maps from Shadow and the Blade. I think Darkfire Pass might be Chaos. I don't know if it's any good. Usually those maps aren't really multiplayer focused. But anyways, Riffle Shuffle is going Greenskins, Bretonia, Skaven, and banning counts. Oh, okay, so Palpability went Beastmen banning Bretonia, and Riffle Shuffle is going Greenskins. So it's going to be Greenskins versus Beastmen. I thought it was a Greenskin mirror for a second there. Alright, now I'm just going to go take a little peek to see that the dogs aren't digging up the yard. All right. They're all nice and relaxed, enjoying the lovely summer weather. All right, so greenskins and beastmen already loving the army from Papa Palpatine. So beastmen, greenskins. Pick and bans. I think I mentioned them before, but for Riffle Shuffle, he went with greenskins, Bretonia, Skaven, and banned vampire counts. And then for Papa Palpatine, he went with beastmen, banned Bretonia, and Riffle Shuffle is going with greenskins. So it is beastmen on Papa Palpatine's side, and Riffle Shuffle is going to be going with the greenskins. So, yeah, for the picks and bans, we're just going to go over that a little bit while we wait. With the greenskins, Bretonia, Skaven, and he banned counts, which is, against Skaven, greenskins, that's a really good pick against them. And I think the only other, actually, Lizardmen probably would have been a good counter as well for Papa Palpatine here. But instead, he's going with beastmen, and with the Slaanesh tournament, I think that's a fantastic finish anyways, ending it with the beastmen. He's already won once with them so far, so he's going to be going back to that. Brainburster versus the Vile Tide. Yeah, I mean, both sides, that's a good tool to kind of deal with all of the chaff. You have often savage orcs on the greenskin sides who are going to be who have that physical resist, and then using the Vile Tide is a nice little way to bypass that. So now that we are loading in, Hank, you are just going to have to wait here for a sec, as there's going to be a nice special treat in terms of what Papa Palpatine has brought for us today. Yes, Evenstar did win the WWC. So we are loading on in. We'll switch the scene on over as we do get into that. So, Hank, for you, Papa Palpatine is going to have a nice, lovely treat for us. We are loading on in. So, for the Beastmen, it is going to be not 2 Cygors, but 3. 3 Cygors, one of which is the Eye of Morsleep. Eye of Morsleep does come with a nice little ability that does allow it to kind of net a unit in place. So we have Warp Gaze. There's 3 casts of that, so it cannot move for 12 seconds. And it has Soul Eater. Map-wide miscast chance around self. So a plus 50 miscast chance is pretty nice, especially when the greenskins are often just going to be spamming spells as often as they can. That is actually a really good use here, so 50% miscast chance. And then for the side of the... Okay, so if we just quickly went over that, we'll go over the rest of that army, as I've already switched back to the greenskins. So Wurzag, he does have Effigy of the Get, Brainburster, as well as... here we go, so plus 40 melee attack, and that is an AoE as well, so that is a pretty expensive cast it. The 11 Winds of Magic with a Brainburster is going to be one of the more common casts, just kind of spamming that as often as you can, and with the Bonewood Staff, which gives that power plus 12 bonus to the melee attack when you're spamming spells, is very nice. And then for the rest of the units, we have goblins in the front line. We are going to be seeing some Night Goblin Fanatics as well, with the 8 Peak Loonies mixed in on the center ranks. And then it is going to be triple Black Orcs as well. So this is very common to what we've been seeing Riffle Shuffle take all day today. So it's been, and then Orc Boar Boys in the rear is that, with the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. And that is going to be that army. So let's finish off what the Beastmen had. So yeah, it is those triple Cygors. Front line is going to be Ungor Herds, and then Ungor Spearman Herd kind of back behind them. We do have Malagor, the Dark Omen. Malagor is going to be bringing. We have Traderkin, so a nice little damage to units. We have Bray Scream, and we have Vile Tide as well. Just kind of mow through kind of the lightly armored units. So in this case, it is going to be mostly used against the Fanatics if he can get those off. And then there is also going to be some nice mobility with some Chaos Warhounds, Centaurs, and some more Centaurs on that side, and some more on the other. So 3 of each of those. should have looked a little closer at the units, but it looks like everyone has followed that rule, especially for the last one. But yeah, triple Cygors, especially against the Black Orcs, it's going to be very powerful here. Normally, the Beastmen are going to be rushing to an extent, and a very nice catch out here. These Force Scouts Spyriders getting munched on by these Chaos Warhounds, and the other Centaur is going to charge into these Goblins, so a nice little bit of damage, pretty much free, and a Brain Burster trying to go off, but these guys are on top of it, able to pull out just in the nick of time. And otherwise, the charges across that front line have gone very well for the Beastmen, trading very effectively, taking doing a nice bit of damage to those Gobos, and those Cygors are just rinsing through these Black Orcs. It is going to be doing a nice bit of damage to all of these, and another little wild side right into the middle of those Goblins, as more and more units are slowly getting whittled down bit by bit. And with what the Beastmen have, Ungors, like these 8-peak loonies and all the other fanatics, not going to be as useful if they're going to be having more of that mobility, but against like the Centaurs actually could do quite a bit of good damage there. So they are able to free up some more of those Goblins, but at the cost of one of the Chaos Warhounds, as they do end up routing themselves. Centaurs are now going to have to go into hot pursuit here. So things going still pretty well for Palpatine, especially with all of these Cygors just rinsing through these Black Orcs, doing a lot of damage, and a nice Fanatics, though, through these Ungor herds. So it is getting as much damage as they can from these guys, trying to route that front line as quickly as possible and trying to shut down these Cygors, who are just doing a bunch of damage. And a nice little move here by Palpatine. I don't know if that was on purpose or just by design or by chance, because those Ungor Spearmen herd moved at the exact right second to get out of the way of that Brain Burster, as they were able to dodge that completely. And then the wall goes off, though, which is going to be given a nice assistance to the entirety of the front line of the Greenskins, as these Ungor Spearmen herd, though, they're not going to be able to hold up against the might of these Night Goblins and those Orc Boar Boys. And then on the flank, these Orc Boar Boys are going to be charged by these Chaos Warhounds, going to be trying to peel them off and then get the charge with these Centaurs. So a very nice counter charge there, going to be able to get a nice, while sacrificing these Chaos Warhounds for a bit, that getting the charge with the Centaurs is much better there, kind of keeping that front line nice and healthy, while these rocks just raining down from above, doing a nice bit of damage there, as they're just kind of peeling off more and more of the Greenskins. The Black Orcs are sitting pretty low in terms of overall HP, just taking all those shots from the Cygors, but the infantry for the Beastmen is getting depleted rather efficiently. I mean, the Ungor Spearmen herd, even like the Centaurs, are starting to take quite a bit of damage on the flanks, so they have been able to beat these Orc Boar Boys on this side. And we had a here we go being popped on the Night Goblin Fanatics. Unfortunately, they did end up getting terrified, and I think they routed into them terrified away. So unfortunately, that cast is going to be mostly wasted on them. That 40 melee attack not going to be quite enough to assist in that regard. All of the Force Scouts Spyriders now just trying to pluck away at the Cygors, and really I think their shots are going to be best used elsewhere. To bring down these Cygors, they're just going to have to try and keep them alone amongst the rest of the Beastmen, because if they have any kind of support, it's just going to be very hard to do a lot to the Cygors, and Cygors are still the best tool left to deal with those Black Orcs. The rest of the units just trying to peel things back, and a nice charge into these Night Goblin Fanatics. That does kind of set them up for a very nice Fanatics cast if there is one available to them, but these Night Goblins getting brought down fairly quickly, and they should probably end up routing here before too long. And now all of the Black Orcs, we're going to get a little wild side right into the middle of all of these guys, doing a nice bit of damage there, as much as possible against the heavily armored, because I don't think the wild side has that much in terms of armor piercing. Just trying to kind of break, or just as much damage as possible as the shots raining in from the other Cygors, trying to free up the Eye of Morslib. I don't know if I've necessarily seen the Eye of Morslib use his ability, but he is engaging with Wurzag directly, and that's probably one of the best engagement for him. Try to finish him off, as Wurzag is going to start to get wavered. Warp Gaze, there it goes. Warp Gaze goes off, going to be forcing him to stay engaged, trying to break him, shatter him completely right here. And if the Eye of Morslib is able to get another hit, there is that beautiful one there. One more will probably outright kill him or shatter him there. And as the Eye of Morslib does wear off, and it is going to allow Wurzag to start running for the first time, though all the Cygors are getting bogged down a bit by infantry at this point, the Black Orcs have been able to get a nice bit of damage off on that Eye of Morslib. And who is now going to be forced to kind of turn its attention directly to the Black Orcs, who they are all immune to psychology. So those Black Orcs are not going to be terrifying anytime soon. They're going to be able to last fairly long. And this is kind of the problem here with bringing a bunch of big monsters, is now they are all going to be stuck, engaged with melee that they don't necessarily want to. And if only one was engaged at this point, it might not be that big a deal. But the Cygors, all three of them are either being, one is routed, the other two are both being engaged in melee, so they cannot shoot at the other one, trying to free things up. But a nice shot into Wurzag at the freeing Lord, even engaged in melee, he's able to get a shot off as the Cygor kind of hits another one into Wurzag, though he is still alive and might be able to come back, as the Eye of Morslib is on the run as well. Night Goblin Fanatics trying to nip at his heels, as the rest of the units, I mean, the Cygors that were around, or not the Cygors, the Centaurs that were around earlier on, which are definitely would be nice to have now to try and free up these Cygors, are nowhere to be seen, having been dragged through the Mother's unit on the far side. And there's those Centaurs way off in the distance. Very much would love to be needed in the center engagements, as the Cygor has actually been able to clear out from the infantry fight, getting some more shots into the mix of things, as Malagor is just trying to keep things blobbed up on himself. But unfortunately, the Cygor is going to be getting bogged down himself, and that balance of power, which was in the Beastmen's favor for the longest time, is now ebbing towards the Greenskins' favor, as they are dragging down all of the Cygors. And unfortunately, the Black Orcs did not take enough damage on the initial approach, and I just don't think that there's any way for these Cygors to finish off enough units at this point. The Cygors really needed just a little bit more time, and the mobility just got a little too far away to help assist them. And it does look like Riffle Shuffle is going to be pulling out in the end, again with pretty much the same greenskin build he's been using pretty much all series long, with the Black Orcs Fanatics and the like, Balagor routing, Centaurs routing, and I'm not really sure where that balance of power is even at right now. I think the Eye of Morslib might be the only thing holding it, because all of the other Cygors are routing, and I just don't think, especially with the Force Out Inspired Riders, that one's not coming back anytime soon. Too many units over on that side. This Cygor of Palpatine's really seeing that there's just not enough space and time to kind of get the shots in that he needs, is going to concede, and Riffle Shuffle is going to take his crown back and will be the champion of Slaanesh, going into the finals to face off against the others. So yeah, that was a good clawback for the Greenskins there, and we'll take a look at the reports. After reports, so I have Morslib getting 2366, other ones 1200, 900. So despite having a decent amount of time and shooting at Black Orcs, they just really wasn't able to get the accuracy I think that they needed to do a lot of damage. And then the rest of the units doing okay. Some of these Centaurs doing very well, 1300 on these guys, 500. Otherwise, rest of the units just weren't able to hold long enough for Balagor and the rest of the units to get the damage in that they needed. For the Greenskins, the Skirmish Cav did very well, 977 on them. For the rest of the units, the Black Orcs, once they got engaged with the Cygors, they did very well. So 1200, 700, and 1100 for those. All the Fanatics, they did pretty good themselves. And then, wow, even one of the Goblins' unit cost 300, able to get 826. And then Wurzag, unfortunately, didn't really have any good targets to fire in against anyways. Only 478 on that side of things. But that is going to be it for today. So fun matches, definitely Papa Palpatine bringing lots of good fun. We did see the double Dreadsaurian, triple Cygor, triple Arachnarok Spiders. Did very, very well. Just having some good fun builds to be using with the little change in the rules here for Slaanesh. But for the, I guess, the champions of all of the Chaos Gods, that means Riffle Shuffle is going to be joining this group of people here. So Hadries on Nurgle, we have Grombrindle on Khorne, and Voidlals is on Tzeentch for the other Chaos Gods, and they will be competing in the finals then. I believe Anticity is going to be casting that, from what I heard, but Hugh and Boy will know for sure. But otherwise, yeah, Riffle Shuffle will be joining as the fourth champion. Had some good fun builds today. I hope everyone did enjoy all of the matches. Afterwards, I'll try and put some timestamps in for those joining a little bit later so they can kind of go back and watch all the matches for all of the good action that we had today. But otherwise, thanks for everyone who participated today. Good to be back streaming again. I know it's been quite some time since the last time I did that. But yeah, that's going to be all I have for you today. Unless there's any closing statements, we'll wrap things up here. And yeah, then we'll get back to everything else that's going on. But yeah, thank you all for joining us today. It was good fun. Glad you could all participate or join us today, and all of the participants. It was good fun having everyone play. So with that, that's gonna bid everyone adieu. Good 4-hour stream there. So with that,